stop it, and only those that are willing to promote it. And so as we get to that area a little bit later, gentlemen, you will see.
Pretty fundamental decision that certainly I'm not going to make.
Why it is that we have a Muslim president that will make his way south to Argentina and dance while the Nazis are putting on their last charade, that they're gone. There's none of them left, and that's a bunch of absolute funk. So we are now at a point where we are seeing the culmination, the combination of those on planet Earth who are not only part of the one world government, but of a long-lasting effort that has come about because there has been no one with the courage or ability to stop them. And so we are up against ISIS or ISIL, depending on how you look at the caliphate. And those people, as I am told by two generations of men who are still trying, they're trying to set this whole thing on its ear, but not having much luck. Why? Well, it's simple. Because we have governments all over the planet, but most notably Europe and the Mideast, that simply will not fight those that need to be fought. Now, the FBI has recently come out with a number of discoveries, if you will, and we have one gentleman by the name of John Quintola, an FBI retired FBI agent, who is at the forefront of bringing the supremacy of Jesus Christ and the lunacy of the Muslim faith to the forefront. And I am so grateful he is doing that, number one. Number two, we are seeing the destruction of much of our way of life right in front of our eyes, because those that have been charged with taking care of our way of life have dropped all that we have known to be that which is most precious. Not only the Constitution, but certainly and foremost those areas that the government refuses to acknowledge are most important. And so with that, Steve, I want you to line up a couple of more questions. I got to catch my breath here, and then I'll jump back on.
Well, here's where we're at, everyone. This is critical. When it didn't matter what different military operation was going on, it became obvious that more effort was being expended and more money expensed to vilify everyone from veterans, Bible believers, Christians, homeschoolers, constitutionalists, and murder is the order of the day. National Defense Authorization 1867 and all the other divine decrees, and I don't mean by the hand of God, but the usurpers of even the godly commands that honest rulers, godly rulers, are no threat to a people. But we're at the point now in the United States where wickedness rules the day. The church that is supposed to have been the light of the world and the salt of the earth put its light under a bushel, under a bucket, so that the world basically dictated to it, and the salvation that God sent Jesus Christ to not only triumph over the devil with, but to allow us redemption on God's term has been belittled, mocked, scorned, and is now underway. When I first started on talk radio, I don't know, however many years ago, 2.5 decades, I guess, the point is that I said the Bible would be made illegal one day. The entire world's hatred would turn against Jesus and his followers. Meanwhile, the unbelieving, quote, those who claim to be believers will side with the world in total rebellion against the word of God, where God said friendship with the world is enmity with God. The New Age declarations that no one will enter into the New World Order without a Luciferic undergoing, if you will, an initiation is the word they used, was very much before our face. Yet on and on and on, the voice of the pulpit was silenced. The pulpit was turned into Jesus's temple, in which Jesus had enough sense to drive the moneylenders out. The entire cowardice, the entire denial of Jesus' name. Now, and Greg, you just let me know when you want to come back on, but the entire denial of Jesus' name has been the thing that's been the most heartbreaking to me. I have literally seen people cower and fear, claim to be Christians, and look around with their eyes to make sure no one hears them utter the name of Jesus. Jesus said, if you're ashamed of me and deny me, I'll deny you before the Father which is in heaven, my Father which is in heaven. People pray, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, but don't want anything to do with God, his kingdom, or his salvation through Jesus Christ. The merging of Christianity, Islam, and all the different isms, whether it's Buddhism, Hinduism, all roads lead to Rome, and all roads lead to God, has never been echoed stronger than from this contemporary Pope. I've read what the Catholic apologists have said, and by the way, I'm not anti-Catholic. But when a man makes a statement in direct opposition to Scripture, and it can be read at face value, you don't need theologians to come in and pick every word apart. Jesus said, no man comes unto the Father except by me. And it's the exclusivity of Jesus's claims and Jesus's actions and rising from the dead that the whole world is absolutely in rebellion against. For those of you that want to see it from God's perspective, read the second Psalm. The kings of the earth set themselves against the Lord's anointed, saying, we will not have this man rule over us. And it goes on from there. So what we're watching now is the vilification of Christians, the nullification of Christians, and the next thing that follows is destruction. Greg and I, over the years that we've been in talk radio, and look, this is fact. This isn't crying in their beer, or in my case, in Greg's case, iced tea. This is laying out for all of those of you who are still trying to hang out in the shadows, and then sending me, in the last month, at least probably 50 emails of the evil encounters you're having in supposedly a Christian home, things showing up, things terrifying you things pressing you down, things trying to do things to your body. All of the things that the gates of hell have held back are now open. So when Greg Evenson, and again, he's a very humble guy, but let me just tell you this. If you knew his military pedigree, you'd sit up, you'd say, yes, sir, and you'd listen with all your heart. Can't say that. The peons, I almost said something, Greg, I probably have to apologize. Thank you, Lord, that continue to slander. Remember, we are now a nation of propaganda. We are not a nation of news reporting. Only 6% of the population trust the vomit brokers. I can understand why. Anybody that doesn't basically want to toss their cookies when they see someone else tossing their cookies has got a pretty strong stomach. But the smell and the grossness of it gets to everyone. That's how defiably wicked the mainstream press is. No one outside of that I know, okay, very few, I'll say it this way, very few people are calling for people to get right with Jesus, telling people to go back to the Lord, to go to his word. And Greg, it's fascinating because we're going to talk about stuff tonight that is absolutely happening before everyone's eyes, and still they want to deny it. So go ahead, sir, if you've got your breath back.
Thank you very much. What's taking place, of course, is the ultimate final rehearsal before the unleashing of the most evil that planet Earth has ever seen. We talk about as in the days of Noah. Let me tell you, Noah and those days are going to be tame compared to what we're about to enter. And I have to tell you, I have to make an admission here to the folks listening. There was a point not long after I went to Mayo's clinic. I was there 110 days. And I was with some of the finest surgeons on planet Earth. And I know when they were standing in my room, sharing how I most likely would not make it through the night because of a serious, very serious ailment in my liver, that the nurse that had been such a sweet gal came in tears and was trying to say goodbye. That's tough for anybody, but it was tough for her. And when the doctors came the next night, and I prayed during that night, I said, Lord, if you're ready for me, then I'm ready for you. But if you've got anything left for me to do, then let me stay. I have the ability, I have the training, and I have been training good men and women to do this job. And so those doctors came in to look at my body bag the next morning, and they saw me sitting on the edge of the bed, asking them if I could go home or we could play some cards. It was a revelation moment for these folks. And I just thank Jesus to this moment for the time that he gave me then and that he's giving me now. Steve, one of the greatest books I've ever read are those of yours, written by you, concerning the giants, the Nephilim. And every time I pick up one of those books, I get the same thrill that I did when I first read those books. I can't begin to tell you, Doug and Joe, what an author this guy is. Of course, you know that. But the fact is that what he has bring to bear is that which we need to know about right now. And we'll cover a little bit of that tonight. And perhaps Steve will find a moment to talk just a little bit about how all of that fits in right now with what we're talking about. Look, ladies and gentlemen, there is no way that we can bring to you the idea that what has been happening in parts of the world are so unbelievably evil, as I said earlier, and so completely wrought up in the scheme of the devil that there's just no way to, if I will, improve on it. No, I don't think so. But I will say this. There is no other way to improve on what Steve Quayle has written about the giants. And in fact, in my training sessions over the last, I would say, 3 or 4 years, including Native Americans, including those who are studying and learning with me about how to set up defensive perimeters and how to make things work when they're really not expected to, but that we're going to have to make work, or it is truly over. And so, rather than look at it that way, folks, I want to look at it like God did give me this time. He's given Doug and Joe and Steve the same privilege to be on the block when all this comes down. And so we're trying to make sure that we are giving the best we can to make sure that the efforts that we make will succeed, that they will be out in front of us, that Jesus Christ our Savior and our Lord that you hear us talk so much about are there because, why? Because they created us. They put us out here to go the distance. And it's my absolute promise to you that only over my dead body will those people have any sense of success. And I am training and have trained many, many men and women, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, to take upon them the ability and the effort that they possess with their training to go out into the countryside and to make this work. And if it works, we have a chance. Do I believe that it's going to be the answer? No. Because what is going to happen will nullify the United States, world countries, world governments, Christianity to an extent, and all of this in our lifetime, on our watch. And so we cannot stop, Doug and Joe, what you've done for those that listen, and Steve, what you've done for those that listen, and those that read about what you believe and what you put out there is so incredible that they must read it. And so, ladies and gentlemen, before you do anything else in the next few days, please, order these books, order any information from Doug and Joe, and go with what you read. Look, we finally came to a point, these good men and women, where we have named our effort, not Steve's, not Doug and Joe's, but our effort, Operation Giant Slayer. And it's because we've got good men like this FBI agent, and we are up against jihadi movements, the Boko Haram, the Muslim Brotherhood, ISIS, of course, and what else? Well, all of the mosques across the country that are training to overtake this country, to do it in a way that will take as many down as they can possibly arrange for. Now look, their plan, in one word, is death. And don't think for one moment that those men in those positions are not right now in a position to take us at any moment. It's either coming this year, Steve, or it's coming early in 2017. Sorry, get a little short of breath once in a while. And because of that, we are seeing more and more and more of the gates of hell that are opening across this planet. There is no stopping it. Nothing short of the glory of God coming upon our planet and just saying no. But we have been so sin-filled and so beyond the curve in trying to put a stop to this that I do not believe it will happen. And I do believe that those that are responsible for these evil occurrences are there about ready to emerge from Antarctica, from South America, from portals across North and South America, and of course the other continents as well. So we are now coming down. Steve, I need another break here. Okay. But I tell you, what we're going to cover in a little bit, from my perspective, are those ladies and gentlemen who have said, we will stand with you and others and your leadership and
I just want to jump in here, only for one reason. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not gotten a hold of or read Empire Beneath the Ice, what Greg Evenson is referring to, what I have come to learn through my research and investigation, the entirety of what is in Empire Beneath the Ice, written by Steve Quayle. Go to stevequayle.com, click on the link to Empire Beneath the Ice, and get yourself a copy of that book, because that provides a foundation and the groundwork for what Greg Evenson just explained to you, as well as Xenogenesis and the Giants as well, Genesis 6 Giants. Those combined give you the blueprint for what we're saying. Steve, I didn't mean to interject or talk over you.
Not at all. But I'm gonna read Isaiah 13 in the Septuagint. I'm gonna explain what the Septuagint is, because Doug, I get asked over and over again, what's the best translation of the Bible? And my answer to that is the one nearest to the original intent. Now, God is God, and He can watch over His word. The Bible says that, and God doesn't say, I'm going to throw out 30 different translations, and just to be, confusing to my people, I'll let them choose what they think is my word. No, God is jealous over His word to perform it. The Scripture says God has exalted His word above His name. Now, that's a heavy statement. So the Septuagint, okay, this is the oldest Greek version of the Old Testament, and it's stated that 70 to 72 Jewish scholars, at the request of Ptolemy II, were charged with absolutely translating the Old Testament, okay? Now, I want to read from Isaiah 13. So this isn't some obscure, this is not the Apocrypha. We'll deal with that later in the show, but this is a very important translation. In other words, this is the truest translation of Isaiah 13, and it's from the original Hebrew by 70 or 72. Some people claim 70. The Septuagint obviously is referring to that number, but here's what it says. The vision which Isaiah, son of Amos, saw against Babylon. Lift up a standard on the mountains of a plain. Exalt the voice to them. Beckon with the hand. Open the gates, ye rulers. I give command and I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath, rejoicing at the same time and insulting. A voice of many nations on the mountains, even like to that of many nations, a voice of kings and nations gathered together. The Lord has given command to a warlike nation to come from a land afar off, from the utmost foundation of heaven. The Lord and His warriors are coming to destroy all the world. Howl ye, for the day of the Lord is near, and destruction from God shall arrive. Therefore every hand shall become powerless, and every soul of man shall be dismayed. The elders shall be troubled, and pain shall seize them as a woman in travail, and they shall mourn one to another, and shall be amazed, and shall change their countenance as a flame. For behold, the day of the Lord is coming, which cannot be escaped, a day of wrath and anger, to make the world desolate, and to destroy sinners out of it. For the stars of heaven and Orion and all the host of heaven shall not give their light, and should be dark at sunrise, and the moon shall not give her light. And I will command, God speaking, evils for the whole world, and will visit their sins on the ungodly. And I will destroy the pride of transgressors, and will bring low the pride of the haughty. And they that are left shall be more precious than gold tried in the fire, and a man shall be more precious than the stones that is in Saphir. For the heavens shall be enraged, the earth shall be shaken from her foundation, because of the fierce anger of the Lord of hosts, in the day in which His wrath shall come. Now there's two types of wrath in the Old Testament and in the New. There's the wrath of man, obviously nations going to war against nations, countries against countries, kingdoms against kingdoms. And then there's heaven and hell at perpetual war from Genesis 3:15. Now the key verse here is this. The third verse, Isaiah 13:3 in the Septuagint. I give command and I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath, rejoicing at the same time and insulting. Within the last 3 weeks, an actual book of King Og, who is one of the largest remaining giants that Israel had to deal with after the flood. His contempt for God, his contempt for God's followers is absolutely written in the cauldrons of hell. King OG. I think it's on my website someplace, Doug, if people want to go look at it. So why would Greg Evenson come on after pretty much a year in the hospital, of whatever he said, straight, that many, almost 3 months, a little over 3 months straight in the hospital. And why would he, after getting out and having fought for his life, be in contact with a one-star general, and the general bring this very subject up? Now, Greg, I'm going to turn it back to you, and I want you to deal specifically about the giants in our Antarctica. Could you do that?
I can, and I appreciate that, Steve. Ladies and gentlemen, you just can't appreciate the breadth of information and scholarliness that Steve Quayle has, and that Doug and Joe are so good about putting in front of you. It would be so much easier to go other routes, but it would not be godly, nor would it be responsible. Look, folks, after a year of fighting, I just came up one night and my wife was there. What a precious gal. She has done so well by me and for me, and was there every moment when I was at Mayo's. And within the last month, had a heart attack, and she is recovering, and grateful to God for that. But she is also in this group, if you will, that says we can no longer stand by and just say, well, whatever God has, he has. Can't do anything about it. Therefore, oh yes, there are things we can do.
The new Homeland Security Secretary, John Kelly, paying a visit to the Mexican border. Our Jim Avila joined him for a look at the underground tunnels in California that reportedly are used by drug smugglers. All of this as federal agents hold immigration raids across the country.
Is this the deportation force candidate Donald Trump spoke of in his campaign for president? Across the U.S. and several major American cities, ICE agents are conducting what they call a surge, picking up and deporting undocumented immigrants with criminal records, including mothers and fathers who have raised children here.
They called me in at 7 a.m. telling me that my father was being deported and he got captured.
Immigration groups claim the criminal records include nonviolent felonies such as fake Social Security cards and DUIs where no one was injured. But the new Homeland Security Secretary, General John Kelly, who accompanied ICE agents on raids Friday in San Diego before touring a border tunnel, told me everyone deported deserved it. Are those the bad hombres that the president and you feel need to be returned to Mexico?
Well, if they're being picked up and deported, they're the right people. I mean, the people, men and women of ICE and Homeland Security in general are doing this completely legally.
Kelly also defends the price of the promised border wall, now estimated between $20 to $25 billion in an internal Homeland Security document seen by Reuters. Are you convinced that it's still of value? The taxpayers will get their money's worth with the wall?
Well, I don't know what the alternative is. The drugs alone are costing Americans $250 billion a year.
It's worth it, Kelly says, even though a wall will not deter the tunnels dug beneath. This tunnel is about 90 feet deep and about 4 football fields long. Now, I'm 6 feet tall, and I can nearly stand up straight in it.
No single wall will, physical barrier, will stop everything. It's going to be backed up by people.
The Trump administration delivering on its promise to crack down on illegal immigration, even if it's expensive. and even if it splits families living here for years. For Good Morning America, Jim Avila, ABC News, along the border in Southern California.
Fascinating, Jim. Thank you.
Now, Secretary of Homeland Security John Kelly answering just a few questions before wrapping up his first visit to our borders since taking office.
And 10 News reporter Bree Steffen was there. Bree.
That's right. And the new man in charge wrapping up his tour of the U.S.-Mexico border today here in San Diego. We are on the pedestrian bridge right here near the border. You can see Mexico right behind me, very close. And I want to show you some video of the time that Secretary Kelly actually toured all of the facilities here on the border. He met with state and local officials, including people like Police Chief Shelley Zimmerman and, of course, Sheriff Bill Gore, just talking about ways that we can make our border more secure. He said one of the more memorable experiences that he had while he was here was going into a former drug tunnel with Border Patrol agents, and here's what he said that experience showed him.
The fact that they're spending huge amounts of money to tunnel underneath the wall tells you that they can't get through it.
Now, this was a very quick trip. Secretary Kelly only accepting 4 short questions from reporters just a few minutes ago before being escorted away. Reporting live in San Ysidro, Bree Steffen, 10 News.
Till lately, it's going to make you screw up what you can say. Now, Secretary of Homeland Security John Kelly answering just a few questions before wrapping up his first visit to our borders since taking office.
And 10 News reporter Bree Steffen was there. Bree.
That's right. And the new man in charge wrapping up his tour of the U.S.-Mexico border today here in San Diego. We are on the pedestrian bridge right here near the border. You can see Mexico right behind me, very close. And I want to show you some video of the time that Secretary
What do you got for Daddy to eat?
The same food?
Yeah. No.
Huh?
No, no treats. Huh? No, they don't like them. Bring me a couple and some milk. They ate them. How about ice cream?
You got oatmeal here.
Hello, friends. I'm David Vose. We have breaking news. This is going to be a very important broadcast. I ask that you listen very carefully because you're not being told this information on the big 4 news agencies. And as far as I know, the American people are completely in the dark, and this is a very, very important subject.
I got
we need
2.
to get the message out because if we don't,
Did I?
Something very serious is going to happen. If you notice, when you go to Walmart, the milk is about $1 a gallon. Here in my store, it's about $1.25 or something. This has just basically started going on here, recently. And I wondered about it, and I wondered why. I thought, well, I wonder what they're putting in there. Probably GMOs and all this other stuff. Well, the story's much bigger than that, friends. We're going to break this down for you. I'm going to play some clips, and we're going to explain exactly what's going on. Nowhere on YouTube or anywhere else is this information being given, so we need to get this information out. Walmart wants to make all the money off of all the milk. They want to have a monopoly. There may be other reasons other than just they want to make all the money. They're also in cahoots, of course, with those who do the GMOs. Recently, Walmart started selling organic milk. They only did that because they were forced to, because Albertsons and other places were trying to make a product that people wanted. People want organic raw milk if possible, but of course it's illegal to do the raw milk. Well, it went over so well that Albertsons and some of these other places that are like Whole Foods and stuff, they're selling organic food and everybody loves it. Well, Walmart doesn't like it because it's cutting into their profit. You see, organic milk is done locally, and local farmers are trying to offer a product that people want, and people are buying their cows. And they're not necessarily small farmers, but they are local, more local than what Walmart likes. Walmart is a mega company. They want to ship milk all around the world and have a monopoly. So the only reason they started selling raw milk is because people wouldn't go to Walmart if they didn't have it. They'd go to Albertsons or some other place that sells it, or Smith's, or whatever grocery market has these kinds of foods. So Walmart's not happy with people like Albertsons, you know, kind of cutting into their profits. So they're going to try and run them out of business. So they started, so they wouldn't lose business, they started, because it's going to take them a while, by selling raw milk so that they could get some of the business. They're going to do this for a while, but in the meantime, they've got a plan up their sleeve to completely put all the other milk, dairy, local dairies out of business completely. We're going to show evidence for that. But in the end, when they have the entire market, what are they going to do? Well, of course, Walmart's owned by one of the big, you know, family members of the Rothschild, Rockefeller, you know, corporate entities that rule the world. There's like 50 people that run everything. They each have 2% interest in everything. And so they also run Monsanto and all the GMOs and so forth. And see, in order for them to make milk so cheap that they can put the local farmers out of business, what they've got to do is they've got to make a net loss on the milk. They've got to sell it so cheap that these little farmers go out of business. Well, they did this with the seeds already. People all around the world have to come to Monsanto to get their seeds. So therefore, pretty soon you're not going to be able to buy anything.
Got some breaking news now. The media doesn't want to see this one thing about the judges that blocked Donald Trump's travel ban. We'll play Donald Trump's remarks in just a moment, but Paris Swade over at Liberty Writers News is reporting that 2 of the 3 judges that ruled in the 9th Circuit against Donald Trump were actually appointed positions by the 2 most liberal presidents ever. Now, they write here, Judge William Canby, he was appointed by Jimmy Carter in April of 1980. They state he has a huge history of fighting for liberal causes. He actually helped establish the Peace Corps in Africa, and he is super progressive. Judge Michelle T. Friedland was nominated under Barack Obama to the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals, and he writes, it's no surprise why he struck down the travel ban, why she struck down the travel ban. She was a member of the American Constitution Society for Law and Policy. It is a progressive organization, according to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Now, the last judge, he writes, is an elitist shill. His name is Judge Richard R. Clifton. He was appointed by George W. Bush. An elitist shill. Yes, George W. Bush, a representation of the neocon wing, the neocon faction of the Republican Party. That neocon wing, which still is attacking Donald Trump at every opportunity they can get. So don't be fooled that since the person was appointed by Bush, that they're simply
Color is going to be blue,
on Team Trump.
and then I'll get more info for
There's still an establishment attacking Trump. It's not a Republican. He writes, "This is why Trump's travel ban was overturned." Now take a look at Donald Trump's reaction.
He may by proclamation, and for such period as he shall deem necessary. So here it is. Suspend the entry of all aliens. What's this? Again, a bad high school student would understand. Anybody would understand. If these judges wanted to, in my opinion, help the court, respect for the court, they do what they should be doing. I think our security is at risk today, and it will be at risk until such time as we are entitled and get what we are entitled to as citizens of this country.
Our security is at risk. We as a nation are entitled to protect our borders. Yet, the Democrats, and even that Bush appointee, would rather politicize your safety for the security of the country. And that, my friends, is horrible. And what's even more horrible is that everybody is up in arms over this whole thing. And I've said it time and time again on this channel. What is it? It's a freaking temporary ban, everybody. Temporary. 90 days, man. 3 months. Everyone just chill.
Within the last minute. This is for a green Toyota Corolla with
You can't even give the president 90 days to review current immigration status, put a hold on everything so we can take a second look.
No further.
Maybe we could avoid some kind of attack in the future. Maybe, just maybe.
This is a breaking news alert.
Got some breaking news now. Right after the court shut down Trump's travel ban, he struck back with this brutal threat. Danny Gold at Liberty Writers News, he's reporting that just an hour after the Ninth Appeals Court of San Francisco ruled to uphold the suspension of Donald Trump's travel ban of 7 terror-plagued nations, the president was not happy to hear it. He states that's why he immediately shot back with a tweet and a Facebook post that has liberals scared and crying like babies. And you know what he said? If you don't know, I'll tell you. He said, "See you in court. The security of our nation is at stake." All caps. My friends, he's right. There's no question about it. He is right. Gold continues that this is not just some stupid game Donald Trump is playing. He's taking a look at the threats across the nation and weighing them.
This is a breaking news alert.
Got some breaking news for you now. Vladimir Putin has an amazing Valentine's Day present for Donald Trump. This story from Danny Gold at Liberty Writers News. He reports that Russia must really want to get on Donald Trump's good side. He writes they have a special Valentine's Day gift for Donald that he's going to love. A new U.S. intelligence report reveals that Russian President Vladimir Putin is now considering returning Edward Snowden to the United States for sentencing as a gift, a token gift to President Trump. Gold writes, some people may still like Snowden, but Trump has made it very clear that he thinks that the hacktivist is a spy and a traitor who should face execution for treason. I think this is one of the main. I definitely disagree with Trump on this. Edward Snowden is a patriot of the highest order, and I'm probably going to get some complaints on this, but I believe Snowden, what he did by exposing how the United States government spy agencies are harvesting your personal information, your personal communications, by revealing that information, showing the violation of the Constitution. At the end of the day, folks, I don't care. I've got an interesting story to report on now. Donald Trump giving Barron permission to do something controversial that could divide many people. Now, stick around after this report for an exclusive Valentine's Day offer for Next News viewers. This story, Fred Maxwell reporting, Western Journalism. He states that President Donald Trump has made a concerted effort to keep his youngest son, Barron, out of the media spotlight. As we've reported here, the left...
Now, I want to say something at the intro of this Paul Watson video that's extremely powerful and is entitled, I want to say something at the start of this extremely important Paul Watson report he's put out. Was titled Conservatism is the New Counterculture. And I want to point out here that Paul could have gone further in his report to show how modern conservatism is the answer to the establishment liberalism by showing the numbers of, when I checked 2 days ago, Paul on his Facebook, my Facebook, and our YouTubes had 18 million plus views. We had all of us together at InfoWars, on top of that, another 20-something million. That's close to 40 million views, separate from terrestrial radio and everything else we're doing. I mean, that's, nobody does that week after week. We're doing it. Paul Watson gets more views than Gavin McInnes, Milo, and everybody else combined. And I'm not in competition with them. I love the fact they're viral and my kids listen to them and people are waking up. The point is that InfoWars is a wrecking ball to the globalist. Yeah, that's just Paul's YouTube, I think. Go to his Facebook, go to my Facebook. He's got one video with 11 million views, one with 5 million, one with 4 million. I think it's like actually 19 million now. The point is that we are dominating these people. But I think to use the term conservative is not even right. It's just free thinkers. Let's go to the special report. Here it is.
Having lost the political argument, leftists are desperately clinging to this idea that they have the monopoly on cool and that no countercultural movement could ever be created by the right. In fact, I've never seen so many members of the lefty Twitterati so triggered as when I tweeted, "Conservatism is the new counterculture." So I tweeted it again and again and again and again. I'm triggered. Seriously, I know the word triggered gets overused now, but this was a deluge of butthurt. What are they so afraid of? Well, as Breitbart said, politics is downstream from culture. Most young people who aren't paying attention to the news get their opinions from celebrities. Hollywood and the entertainment industry viciously polices the boundaries of accepted opinion so that anyone who strays from the leftist orthodoxy is ostracized and excommunicated. They're all for diversity, until it comes to diversity of thought. And that's why celebrities are so f***ing boring. None of them dare express an original opinion. Because if they did, they'd be hounded out of a career by their intolerant peers. I mean, look at Eminem. He used to be happy to offend absolutely everyone. Christians, lesbians, feminists, the gay lobby. Now he's calling Donald Trump a bitch. Oh, how daring. That's so controversial. I mean, it's not like every other virtue-signaling twat in Hollywood and the music industry is doing exactly the same thing, is it? But the left is starting to lose their omnipotent control of counterculture. Why? Well, counterculture used to be intrinsically leftist because the right had political power. It was a natural counterbalance. But up until very recently, the right had been getting its ass kicked in the culture war for decades. So now we have a whole new generation emerging who have no memory whatsoever of the right being in political power or having any dominance in the culture war. All they've experienced is the left's total domination of the culture war and their intellectual intolerance of anyone who goes against the grain. So for teenagers and 20-somethings, all they've ever known is having dominant culture fed to them by the left. So it comes down to this. You can't be the dominant culture and the counterculture. That's why conservatism, or a particular brand of it, is becoming the new counterculture. It's a natural progression. And you can see this new phenomenon beginning to emerge when you look at Generation Z. Teenagers born after the year 2000 are the most conservative generation since World War II. 14% of 14 and 15-year-olds said they had a conservative outlook, compared to 2% of millennials and just 1% of Gen Xers. That's a huge difference, and it's only... You can listen to more new German music on our website, dw.com/music. Moving on now with more new sounds. Wire is the second album by Rhonda. The soul quintet from northern Germany is bringing a 60s vibe back to the German charts.
Rhonda is back. Their music video to Off the Track went for the road movie look. Rhonda's newest album, Wire, is a surprising combination of soul and film music.
Welcome back to the InfoWars Nightly News. These next two segments, this is going to be a two-part interview we're going to do with our next guest. You may remember terms like MK Ultra or the Kool-Aid acid test, even psychedelic rock. All these words conjure up images from the 60s and 70s. But did this...
Now, we've got her for the balance of the hour. I really appreciate her coming on, shifting gears into a whole other subject, but it's on the issue of taking action and winning. Is our guest, Vanni Hari, foodbabe.com, who you've seen all over national television. Very lovely, super smart lady.
Take two. All right. I had a phone call. I just came in and halfway through my World War III update, and it's basically the guy blurted out his phone numbers. I was like, I can't put that up. So I have to do it again. Stupid phone. I don't know. My machine is like that. Sometimes it tells me who's calling. Sometimes it doesn't. You know. But anyway, let's get into this. Check out my hat. That's too bad because I had Gazoo eating a daddy long legs on the ground with his killer instinct. Well, it took him forever to get to because he's lazy. But okay, let's start over again. Okay, I'll try not to babble as much on this one. 10 EU states support the Muslim ban, so to speak. 61% in France and 71% in Poland. Now, last night I think the lights were out in Belgium, and I don't know what that was about. And of course, this morning there was in France a foiled attempt with a bunch of jihadis. They got a 16-year-old girl. The French police detained her. She's basically, a Muslim radical. They're there. And yeah, that was foiled. Now, also in France, I guess I'll jump ahead here, but just because it's trying to keep it into one thing. There was an explosion at Flamanville power plant in Normandy coast of France. And I think 5 people or so were hurt, but they say it wasn't a nuclear explosion, it was something else at the plant exploded. But this is my whole thing about nuclear power. Yes, it's statistically the safest form of power that we have. Hydro's clean, and if a hydro dam bursts, you flood a bunch of, you flood a village or two. It'll drain out eventually, But with the nuclear power, I mean, especially with what's going on with Fukushima and stuff like that, that's still melting down. It's just brutal what's going on here. Yeah, that's an ongoing thing. So the thing is that's why I'm against nuclear power. It's like when it goes wrong, it goes super wrong. But considering all these little events all happening, Belgian power out, maybe that had something to, maybe they were getting, that had to do with the power plant. Maybe France sends power into Belgium from there. I don't know. I don't know if you're from France. You can let me know where that power plant sends its power to, which would explain the power outage. But this also comes on the heels the next day of a thwarted terrorist attack in France. So things to keep in mind. Comet 45P supposed to pass this February 11th. Today is the 10th, so that's tomorrow. Again, these space objects, I did a response video kind of to one of my commenters. About, basically, I was saying in one of my, I think the previous World War III update, that if there was a space rock coming in, they wouldn't let us know in time. I think what's happening is, tell me if you've picked up on this pattern. You hear the news, world elites are heading to their bunkers. And they go from their to their bunkers from time to time. I mean, they've been building these things since 2012. I think they're pretty much all built now, but they're like, every couple of weeks or so you hear, oh, they're going to the bunkers. And about a week later, oh, this asteroid such and such just went by and passed between us and the moon. Oh, we didn't even see that one coming. I think it's the opposite. I think they see it coming, and they're like, we don't know for sure if it's going to hit. But until we know it's going to miss us, let's not tell anybody. The government has gotten into such a point where they feel like they have to lie to you at every little angle. But I made a response video to that. It's going to come out a little bit later. As far as my silver ones that are coming out, you guys put a lot of great comments on there. Thank you very much for that. Some of you guys were like, oh, you kind of could have spent better. Some of you guys were, okay, well, if you're thinking long term. Good day, hi, and welcome. All right, World War III update. And I'm going to put my camera somewhere. Check out my hat. There we go. All right. Let's start here. Quick crap. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. About a day or so after the attack here in Quebec, there was an attack in France on a French soldier, a guy basically machete-wielded maniac. And I think they shot him dead. That was in front of the Louvre. So there was that. And I still don't know all the story. And the story seemed to have went away of the shooting. Like, for what has happened in Quebec here, it's like it's gone. Like, the story's gone. It's a non-story now. Technically, you've had the mass killing of Muslims, the most in Canadian history, in a single spot, and they're not running it into the ground. So there's something weird about the way this thing was covered, and I have a hunch why they're not covering to the fullest is because if it was what they say it is, like it was a what's called nationalist hit, so to speak, they don't want to encourage others to do it. And there's, although it's in the closet, kind of, so to speak, there's a rumblings of nationalism rising in Canada. Mainstream media doesn't want to touch it. They don't want to draw attention to it at all. Trudeau is worried about this. I remember he said something that we haven't had the anti-globalism, that didn't hit us yet, and try to pass off.
Well, for many, many years now, I've been ticking off the ever-increasing sources of radiation to which humans are subjected. And they are so numerous and being added to all the time. It was very clear to me that there is an agenda here of subjecting humanity to more and more radiation. It's a long story and there's many, many elements to why, but the fact that they're doing it is becoming obvious. And so when the explosions at Fukushima happened in Japan, from my perspective, having looked at this over a number of years, it was just too much of a gift to this cabal, given the scale, the stunning scale of radiation that not only was released immediately, but has gone on being released ever since. And, there's reports recently out of Europe of finding these high levels of radiation. And it's like, where's it coming from? Well, there's a very good chance of where it's coming from, because Fukushima has been pouring this stuff out incessantly, day after day after day. So I started looking into it. And one of the first things I noticed, and other people started looking at this as well, was that the explosion that was captured on video of one of the reactors exploding in Fukushima, and the explosion, the smoke stack of a small nuclear device were extraordinarily similar. So I then started looking at anything that could have explained this. And I came across the fact that in the years leading up to Fukushima, those reactors and that site in general had installed a new surveillance camera and sensor system with these this technology put into the reactors and other parts of the site. And when you look at it, today that technology is getting ever lighter, it's getting ever smaller. And yet, when you looked at these cameras and sensors that were installed into Fukushima in the months before this happened, they were like ludicrous. You get these little tiny kind of mobile phones now. And yet, when mobile phones started, they were about that big, and you're as old as you here with two hands, Well, that was the kind of difference between the kind of surveillance technology you see normally now and these things. They weighed 1,000 pounds. And then, when you put one of those next to what they call a gun-type nuclear weapon, which is a small nuclear device. If you take the casing off the gun-type nuclear weapon, what is inside is, shall we say, not a million miles from what these cameras and sensors look like. And it was, with other information, it was my view, I concluded, that these were small nuclear devices and that Fukushima was blown up on purpose to release that radiation as part of this much wider radiation agenda to irradiate the atmosphere of the planet much more than it has been up to this point. And then I asked, of course, it asked the question, who put these devices in, these sensors in? And it turns out to be an Israeli company located at Dimona in Israel. And Dimona is the location of the massive Israeli nuclear weapons program. And I can tell you from 22 years of research, there is no such thing as an Israeli security company that is not a front for Mossad. It's not allowed. And then there was a man called Arnie Gunderson, who's a nuclear engineer. And he made a speech in Boston, and it was almost like an alert. It was like, hey, we found something about Fukushima which should not have happened, and this has great implications for containment design and nuclear design. And what he'd found from the footage is that the explosions at Fukushima moved so fast that they passed the speed of sound and entered the realm of what is known as a detonation wave. And as he pointed out, a nuclear explosion at a nuclear plant like that should never ever become a detonation wave. It produces what they call a deflagration wave, which is below the speed of sound. And his alert was, hey, we had no idea this was possible. He says, I've talked to a bunch of chemists and we can't work out how it is possible for a nuclear explosion at a plant like that to cause a detonation wave. Well, maybe it wasn't a nuclear explosion of that kind that caused the detonation wave, but a device designed to detonate. And it is my strong view that Fukushima was blown up on purpose to release this stunning level of radiation. And then, of course, the question comes, okay, so you're saying that they put these things in and blew it up, and then they just sit around strumming their fingers, hoping that some kind of earthquake and tsunami comes along as cover for it. Well, no, which is when we come to what you just mentioned, HAARP. And HAARP relates to a man very well known in this area of the world, Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla was the scientific genius of the 20th century, and if he was alive today, he'd be the scientific genius probably of the first part of the 21st century. He had understood many things about the nature of our reality. He'd understood about the electromagnetic fields that you can access and turn into usable warmth and power, which the cabal that owns the energy industry of the world has been suppressing because it doesn't want people to have access to this free energy, which we could have. And by the way, the same people who are saying we must lower carbon emissions because of global warming, which is another nonsense, this human-caused global warming lie, they're the same people that are suppressing the development of use of free energy technology, which Tesla developed and understood, which could eliminate the carbon power systems, immediately. So it's all a lie. But what HAARP does is it fires radio waves, very, very focused and very powerful, into the upper atmosphere known as the ionosphere, and it entrains, as they say. It gets the ionosphere to vibrate in sympathy with the radio wave. And this creates a situation where this entrainment adds massive, massive, massive power to the original radio wave, and then it's bounced back to Earth, massively greater power, and they can hit a specific spot on the Earth. And if they can hit somewhere which is vulnerable in terms of earthquakes anyway, and they can do it at a specific frequency, because the earthquakes have a frequency like everything does, then they can cause an earthquake and they can cause a tsunami. And they can cause, with the same principle, they can cause very great extremes of weather, like hundreds of unprecedented tornadoes that appeared in 2007 and killed hundreds of people in America. And, you know, people say, oh, no, you can't mess with the weather, it's ridiculous. Well, hold on a second. There are international treaties which countries have signed saying that it's illegal to manipulate the weather and to use it as a weapon of war. Well, they're not going to have those treaties unless they know it's possible. It's ridiculous. And so we have a situation where, yes, of course there are natural earthquakes, but they don't all have to be. And you can bomb somewhere from an aircraft, or you can cause devastating earthquakes and devastating weather events, and you can bring the countries to their knees that way. And in many ways, you know, people within countries, many of them anyway, within the establishment, you know, they know that Fukushima and that earthquake and tsunami and everything, they know it was created. It wasn't a natural event. And what that says to them, and what they're saying to them with that event is, if you say no to us, look what we can do. If they want to bring Japan to its knees, they've got to find a way, like they did in with the two, you know, Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of the Second World War. But today they would have to find an excuse to send the boys in. Well, they can't find an excuse. So instead of that, we'll go the way that they have, because Japan is over. It's over. The amount of radiation that has been released into the Earth's atmosphere is potentially catastrophic. The amount that's been released in the immediate area around Japan and the wider Japan is unthinkably catastrophic. And we you know, I mean, people are already starting to go down with the effects of it, and we've seen nothing yet. This was a, you know, you have these James Bond movies written by a British intelligence agent, by the way, where you have the guy on the island with the fantastic technology, or the guy with the satellite in the sky that can, you know, cause devastation on Earth. And he holds the world to ransom on the basis of I won't use it only if you do this. Blackmail. Well, this is what's happening in the real world because of this technology that they have. And, you know, Tesla, in an interview with the New York Times in the 1940s, I think it was, maybe a bit earlier, he said that he had the technology to split the Earth in half. Then he was producing lightning around his home in New York. The neighbors were calling the police. He was causing kind of mini earthquakes, getting the Earth to shake because of the technology he had, and thousands of windows were breaking before he could switch it off. And Bernard Eastland, the man who applied, first of all, for the patent for the technology that is used in HARP, based in Alaska, but there's connecting technology all around the world. That's just the main focal point. He mentions Tesla when he's applying for the patent. It's Tesla technology. And if Tesla could, you know, do that devastation he said he could do back in the 1930s and 40s, what the heck can they do now? So instead of, you know, it's not really a case of, what do you mean they can cause earthquakes? That's crazy. No. Causing earthquakes is a piece of cake for this technology. And thus, you know, you have a situation in 2010 when in the in the run up to it, in the years running up to 2010 around Haiti, it was established that there were major resources under the sea in Haiti waters. In 2010, this devastating earthquake brings the end to Haiti. It just so happened, that the American military were having an exercise at exactly the same time that was based on a scenario of reacting to, I think it was a hurricane or something like that, hitting Haiti. And they were down in Florida doing their exercise. And then the earthquake happened and they said, we just switched from exercise to real thing. And they were in there in no time. And if you remember, the aid agencies that were trying to land in Port-au-Prince in Haiti, they were saying in the immediate days after the earthquake, the American military have taken over the airport, so they're not letting us in. They took the place over. And then along came Clinton and Boyd Bush as the people that were going to front up the Haiti Reconstruction Fund, and then they disappeared, and Haiti, virtually nothing's been done, because the idea was to destroy Haiti, take it over, because then you've got the resources. And you can do that with an earthquake. How are they going to justify destroying Haiti? By dropping bombs on it? I mean, they're not going to do it. But you can do it through HAARP and earthquakes. And the weather wars and the geological wars are not some science fiction fantasy. They're happening now.
Wild boars normally live in the mountains, and they are very cautious creatures. They usually never show themselves in front of humans. But now, in these deserted towns, wild boars have begun to appear even in broad daylight. Some are rearing offspring here. There's a family of wild boars right in the middle of a residential area. Ah, これ家の中に入っていくね。あ、これ家の中に入っていきましたね、全部。あ、こっち見てるな。This house that has weathered the elements is a perfect sanctuary for the wild boars. These wild boars that have settled in the town are wary of people. Altogether, there are 11 of them. It's a large family you wouldn't normally see in the mountains. Their numbers have increased dramatically. Wild boars would usually live in the hills and mountains. So how are they getting on in this town? Scientists started looking for answers a couple of years ago.
I changed the phone number, but I don't know what it's doing.
Leading the investigation is veterinarian Toshio Mizoguchi, who has studied ways to deal with wild animals for more than 30 years. He uses anesthesia to put a wild boar to sleep.
What did you try to do?
Mizoguchi is carrying out his present study using, for the first time, a sub-miniature camera developed by NHK. Local hunters help him attach the camera to the wild boar's body.
Bring me some snackies.
They return the boar to the field after giving it
oatmeal.
nutrients intravenously.
No,
the first
oatmeal.
attempt to analyze the behavior
Can you
of
make it
wild
for me?
boars and understand
You
how
know how
their
to
way
make
of
it?
life has changed.
Put some water in it and let it boil. Like coffee.
The camera
You don't want
captured this video.
Mama?
I'm already in here. Fix the damn phone.
The animal appears
I
to have
did.
joined
I
up with
thought-
its companions.
That's I threw it
It's
down.
one of 6 boars in the group. They're
Why did
crossing
you
a
go and do
stream
that?
runs along a road.
I said, well, we gotta have the same number. I'm tired of not. Shut up. I don't know what number is what.
They climb a slope and come to a clearing, which used to be a rice field.
Can you cancel it? Because I don't know that number. I'm gonna put Foxy. I just put her ass outside of the name. Let's go, butthole. This one I'm gonna.
They're looking for unharvested persimmons.
You're okay.
The point of view video shows that the wild boars come here every day.
What kind you want?
What do they got?
The sub-miniature camera also records rarely seen behavior of the normally cautious wild boars.
Mixed two. Don't matter. Yeah. One without cinnamon and one with cinnamon.
I got the ready to apple and cinnamon out. So you want
A man is in the direction they're headed. It's one of the decontamination
Sure.
workers who come into the evacuation zone only during the daytime. The wild boars give no indication they're going to run away from him.
Yeah.
Indeed, they're coming nearer to the man.
Looks like you did it right.
And
What?
in the
I don't
end,
have a
the
951
human
number.
is the one who gives way to the boar.
Yeah, well, it's no longer valid.
The normal relationship humans have with wild animals has been reversed.
Huh?
This
Why?
boar is about 1 year old.
I like it. I ate it.
The cameraman tries to scare it away, but it's already completely unafraid
It's quite
of people.
cold out there for a baby, so. Did she go?
Local hunters regularly go out in the evacuation zone.
Oh, you know what I want you to do?
Since
Is
the
help me
nuclear
figure out how to
accident,
do
they've
that.
terminated about 9,500 wild boars. But there are no signs that the numbers of wild boars are decreasing.
Since the wild boars believe this is their habitat, the situation will not change unless more pressure is put on them.
No.
Wild boars won't go back to the mountains, even when people return.
My glasses out.
5 years of human absence has greatly changed the way of life for these wild animals.
I know he's a fool. Okay.
There's a place that provides hints about the impact of the radioactive contamination. The world's worst nuclear accident happened here in Chernobyl in 1986. Even now, there are spots where the radiation dose reaches nearly 200 microsieverts per hour. Scientists have carried out various studies of flora and fauna in the forests around Chernobyl. The studies are a valuable reference when compared with the contaminated areas of Fukushima. Some clear abnormalities have been confirmed in Scots pines in Chernobyl. Normally, the trees grow straight up, but these are extending out sideways. Some of the branches are heavily twisted. It's believed the effects of radiation caused these irregularities. The results of studies show that the incidence of abnormalities in trees in uncontaminated areas is 6%. But as the radiation dose gets higher, there's a tendency for the incidence of abnormalities to be higher as well. Some reports show abnormalities that may be linked to the effects of radiation in animals. Swallows are one of these cases. Timothy Mousseau is a leading researcher on the biological consequences of the Chernobyl accident. With the permission of local authorities, he has caught and studied swallows that come here to breed. Abnormalities are found in the swallow's tail feathers. The lengths of both ends are different, throwing off the balance of the feathers. Mousseau believes their survival could be compromised because it's harder for them to fly in a stable way. Mousseau has measured 3,000 swallows. Those from uncontaminated areas show a difference, on average, of 1.9 millimeters in the length of their tail feathers. In Chernobyl, the difference is 4.9 millimeters. Mousseau also analyzed the bird's sperm to investigate their breeding capabilities. This is the sperm from a swallow taken near Chernobyl. The spermatozoa circled in red are hardly moving. These abnormal spermatozoa make up, on average, 21.7% of all sperm cells. That's 8 times the ratio for swallows from uncontaminated areas.
And then we noticed that the male birds had reduced fertility. The sperm was more deformed in many of the birds. Up to 40% of the swallow birds had sperm that were deformed or broken in some way. They do seem to be very much the canary in the coal mine in terms of a very good indicator of radiation in the environment.
Musso has visited evacuation zones in Fukushima in Japan every year since the nuclear accident. He wants to compare the condition of the swallows with the abnormalities seen at Chernobyl. In Fukushima, he has found some birds that have differing tail feather lengths. The lengths of the left and right tail feathers of this swallow are different.
Thank you, Roma. Ooh, it's hot.
However, in Japan, there are few researchers who are capturing and studying swallows. As a result, not enough data is being collected to conclude whether abnormalities are occurring or not. But evidence that radioactive materials are contaminating swallows has been found. "450 becquerels of cesium per kilogram were detected from the remains of a swallow found in the evacuation zone. A photograph taken with film that highlights radiation shows dark shadows in the bird's internal organs. The swallow was likely contaminated by the insects and other food it ate."
There has not been sufficient study done here yet to determine whether those same sorts of outcomes will happen here. So hopefully there will be more studies to determine what the long-term consequences are. But at the moment, we don't know.
Comparative studies are starting in Japan on the Japanese red pine, which is a close relative of the Scots pine, the tree that shows abnormalities in Chernobyl. Vasil Yoshenko has been studying plants in Chernobyl.
What is that yummy smell, he says? It's hot. Want to try a bite?
He's investigating an area in Fukushima that used to be pasture land. During the past 5 years, it has turned into wasteland, and many pine trees began growing here.
Now this is some branches, but there is no main trunk. For Scots pine, we collected a lot of results, like more than 1,000 trees. We realized that this is the same what we saw in Chernobyl.
For a normal pine tree, the trunk is in the middle and grows straight up. This abnormal tree has no main trunk, and the branches are growing out radially, similar to what has been observed in Chernobyl. In this area, the meter reading is about 7 microsieverts per hour. Approximately 40% of the pine trees here display abnormalities. This graph shows the incidence of abnormalities in Chernobyl. The results of investigations at 7 locations in Fukushima Prefecture are plotted in red. Like at Chernobyl, the incidence of abnormalities tends to be high in areas where the radiation dose is elevated.
So we can see that pine, Japanese red pine, is radiosensitive. Radiosensitive means that radiation create some effects, some impacts to the trees. And here in Fukushima, we are just at the beginning stage, and this is very good stage for research, to see everything in dynamics.
In Fukushima, more than 20 research teams are studying various organisms. Some have reported finding abnormalities. However, at this point in time, they can't conclude that an increase in radiation exposure is the cause. And so studies continue on biological life in Fukushima, designed to make comparisons to the extensive data from Chernobyl. One animal living in the contaminated zone in Fukushima is attracting worldwide attention. It's the Japanese macaque, a member of the primate order, which includes humans. No primates inhabit the areas around Chernobyl. This is the first time in the world that primates living in the wild have been exposed to radiation from a nuclear accident. These macaque monkeys live around mountain towns. They eat contaminated food, which gradually increases their internal exposure to radiation. Manabu Fukumoto studies the impact of radiation in monkeys. He's measuring the thigh muscles of monkeys. The muscles easily accumulate radioactive cesium. The measurements show 13,000 becquerels per kilogram. It's a very high reading.
Of course, we'll never see this level of exposure in humans. What we really want to know is if there are any changes when a primate monkey receives this kind of exposure.
The targets of Fukumoto's study are monkeys in the evacuation zone and those living nearby. The specimens have been collected from monkeys put down because of the damage they caused to humans. The research on the monkeys began in 2013. Today, Fukumoto and his team are measuring the 229th sample. They're doing detailed analyses of more than 20 kinds of organs and tissues, including the thyroid. At this point, Fukumoto is focusing on one part of the monkey's body. It's bone marrow, which produces red and white blood cells.
Hey, no, you don't like it when I'm actually
This is the bone marrow from a macaque captured in January 2014.
Mama making you window.
これはちょっと少なすぎるわ、細胞が。
There are almost no cells producing blood cells. The marrow is essentially made up of a whitish-looking fat. A comparison with normal bone marrow shows a clear difference.
It's almost all fat. There are a few blood-producing cells. This isn't normal.
This graph shows the results of detailed analyses of 9 adult monkeys. A straight line correlation was drawn based on a statistical analysis of the data. When the concentration of cesium was higher, there tended to be fewer white blood cell producing cells. The number of samples is still small, and at present, Fukumoto says he cannot determine if this is because of the impact of radiation exposure or not. In addition, this tendency has not yet been observed among young monkeys.
We're looking for signs of aplastic anemia. It's a precancerous stage. This stage can develop into leukemia.
However, aplastic anemia does not necessarily lead to cancer. Moreover, abnormalities in the blood itself, resulting in diseases like leukemia, have not been detected in the monkeys. But Fukumoto believes scientists should not overlook such symptoms, and that analysis should be continued for decades. He's learned from the past. Years ago, he found actual proof of a case in which radioactive materials had an impact, but took a long time to appear. Up until the 1950s, thorotrast was used as an angiographic agent for X-rays. Many people developed cancer because of the radioactive material that was contained in it. But the onset of the disease didn't occur until more than 20 years after the administration of thorotrast. In the case of the monkeys, it is possible there will be a long incubation period until the consequences of the radiation exposure surface.
There is no guarantee that the effects will not appear in 20 or 30 years' time. It's very important to look at it from a long time frame and wide perspective. We have to carry out the examinations very carefully so we do not overlook any small changes.
Japan's nuclear disaster has created a vast expanse without humans. The Japanese government is gradually lifting evacuation orders for areas showing annual radiation exposure of less than 20 millisieverts. It's a different option than that taken for Chernobyl, where basically no one is allowed to return. The government decided to lift the evacuation order for this area in July 2016. Koichi Nemoto is preparing to return to his home. He's been urged to take specific measures to protect himself from wild animals. He's put an electric fence around his house and barn to keep animals out.
Love you too, baby.
Wild boars don't run away at all. They look at me like I'm a visitor. It's like they're the owners and I'm the guest. Wild animals that normally live in nature have taken over our world. I wonder if we are the ones now living in a cage. In the end, that's what's happened, right?
Nemoto has taken on the job of cutting down weeds that have taken over large rice fields, hoping to slow down the land falling to waste. Cutting the weeds also reduces the areas where wild boars and other wildlife can lurk. Nemoto and others are just starting out on the long and hard road toward taking back their town from the animals. nuclear accident caused a great deal of radioactive contamination, tearing apart the peaceful life of the locals. But ironically, this has led to the proliferation of wild animals.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the QCast. It is Sunday. It is, I guess, Super Bowl Sunday. Obviously, you can tell I'm not interested in dealing with La La Land when there's so many horrific events going on. But the thing that's been laid on my heart, and I want you all to listen to this, is that the ongoing Fukushima nuclear holocaust that's still so horrific in the ramifications of what it's doing, not only to the sea life in the entire Pacific Ocean along the coasts of the United States down into Latin America, South America, but all the cases of thyroid cancer and all of the different mutagenic, which means the mutant-causing effects even in children along the West Coast. Now, why I'm really excited to, and excited is not the good word, why I'm really exasperated to have to bring this up today is the fact is that the entire dialogue coming from Fukushima has been a lie. It is probably the most detrimental and dangerous environmental disaster of all time. There are those that absolutely believe it was generated. If you can go back to Sam Cohen, the former defense secretary, the ability to generate everything from earthquakes to tsunamis is a given. Even on YouTube, there's a fabulous video, and I'm trying to think when it was, but anyway, shows like blue beams going into the heart of the reactor. Now, whether you believe in neutron flux or not, in essence, what it indicates is somebody, even after generating the tsunami or the earthquake that generated the tsunami, wasn't satisfied with that, so they had to go and basically kick in a little extra help. Now, when this thing started, and it was back on, and now here's what's interesting, March 11/11, notice that, double 11s. You know, I am astonished, again, that people who even discuss Fukushima are automatically labeled, obviously you know the word, conspiracy theorists. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, something as horrific as Chernobyl that got worldwide ongoing coverage doesn't even match what's going on in the different areas of nuclear meltdown that's taking place on Japan's coast. And today I put up an article on my website talking about a flashback that Fukushima, now notice these numbers, is 33,000 times more radioactive, or there's that many, 33,000 times the level of radiation that Chernobyl, after it was covered in concrete. I want you to ask yourself the question, who has the most to gain by covering this up? I.e., the answer is the New World Order, or the New World Order, and the globalists. And what's perplexing is the fact for so many years now they've denied that the reactor cores had melted through, and today we're seeing massive amounts of stories now being released, so many so that it's tough for anybody to deny it any longer. So if you think the greatest environmental disaster in history would not be even given any consideration, why would you expect the truth to ever come out of the mainstream media? I maintain that when history or when the books of responsibility are opened and blame gets laid at the source, people will have no reason to basically say, we didn't know. Every time there's a new series of events where whales are beaching, or jellyfish, or the plankton are dying, or the sardines are dying, or the lowest rungs on the ocean's food chain are being basically just mass death, there's always somebody out there to say, oh, it's just those conspiracy guys. Well, I'm telling you this, it's no bloody conspiracy when you've got the amount of dead sea life that's never been experienced before. You've got the amount of dying mammals like they've never been seen before, the records of thyroid cancer, and also even mutations in Japan in the immediate area of vegetables and also animals is taking place, not to mention all the little kids that are being born with severe disabilities and also premature death. Now, what's perplexing also is that you cannot get away from the fact that all the used nuclear fuel rods that should have been removed were not removed from Fukushima. And so the robots can't even go in to the hot zone because it shuts down all their systems. And I want everybody to go and look at the story I linked to on just the basics of radiation. I just tested, I live in Bozeman, Montana, and a few minutes ago I just tested my meter, and we're at 0.22 millisieverts, okay? And there's 1,000 millisieverts to a sievert. And this thing is kicking out 530 sieverts an hour. Well, just so you know, if you get 5 sieverts, that's considered almost guaranteed that you're going to be dealing with more than a lethal dose of 50. Lethal dose of 50 means 50% of the population exposed to a given amount of radiation is going to die. Now, again, what's fascinating is, according to Reuters, and I'm reading some of this stuff because I want you to get the full effect of all these facts, the combined amount of cesium-137 contained in those nuclear fuel rods is 14,000 times greater than what was released when the U.S. dropped the atomic bombs in Hiroshima at the end of World War II. And other estimates put it much higher. Now, I want to share something. If you don't believe we sow what we reap, we obviously hit Fukushima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons. And now the peaceful use of the very technology that we introduced into Japan after the war to make them energy independent is being used against us. Boy, talk about, in retrospect, the idea of just radioactive water going into the Pacific is not the main point. The main point, and this is what's critical, is that there's plutonium, and look up plutonium. Different isotopes of plutonium and uranium have different half-lives. And when you're dealing with what happened in Fukushima, you're dealing with a whole different realm of nuclear physics with MOX reactors, in essence, breeder reactors that actually produce plutonium. So when we're dealing with the idea that any truth is going to come out of the mainstream media, I go back to the fact that it has been the desire of the globalists to kill, okay, to murder, to slaughter, to do away with literally billions of people. And some people just don't, I can't embrace that. And if you've got the most rich and powerful and famous people obviously pushing for global vaccinations, if you've got people just basically covering up the press because 6 major corporations own them, if you've got what you've been seeing in the recent headlines of the press systematically trying to undermine the current president of the United States, Donald Trump, and if you've got them denying every single connection to a communist overthrow or an attempted communist overthrow of the United States government, why would you ever expect that anyone would tell you the truth? Now, as one of the founders of the, quote, preparedness mindset, the businesses, I've been in the food canning business, I've been in the selling all kinds of cool stuff for survival, and what's imperative that everyone understands is there's a little statement called food first. If you go into the newspapers of Europe, they're running out of vegetables or just being priced out of the stratosphere. The amount of radioactivity that's being released out of Fukushima is also being carried around the world still in the upper atmosphere. Fallout literally means
Anthony,
that after a certain amount of time, radioactive particulate matter
the baby dog
begins to fall out of the atmosphere. It's carried into the jet stream or carried into the winds aloft.
What?
It will fall out, but that fallout is still radioactive. No one ever wants to talk about the P word, not the P word that Madonna and her, what purple-headed women in strange-looking hats. But what we're talking about is, again, the plutonium. Everybody focuses on cesium-137, bad enough. But when you're dealing with the issue of ingested cesium, in other words, you're eating this stuff, you're drinking this stuff, or you're breathing this stuff, ingested radionuclides have a whole different mortality than just the exposure to the gamma or the beta radiation that comes off, beta and gamma being the worst. So when we're talking about 20 to 40 trillion becquerels of radioactive tritium that have gotten into the Pacific Ocean since the Fukushima disaster first began. And what's astonishing, we've got the classic manifestation of radiation poisoning in the fish. They're bleeding from their gills, bellies, and eyeballs, yet no one will make the simple A plus B equals C. Or in this case, A plus B doesn't equal C because everybody's bloody blind. 150 former sailors and Marines say that they now have radiation sickness as a result of serving on U.S. Navy ships near Fukushima, and they are suing for damages. The military moved in, if you remember, I think it was aircraft carrier, one or two, and a couple other ships. And then after the extent of the damage, they moved further away, but they were in the hot zone for a number of days. And this is what's critical. Iodine-131, cesium-137, strontium-90. And remember in the old days of the above surface testing and the ocean testing, everybody was talking about strontium-90. But what is problematic is that those of us in the northern hemisphere are going to be especially subjected to that. Now, this is why the old days, when a lot of prep companies were telling you to get potassium iodate, telling you to get the different iodine derivatives, because iodine-131 is can be ingested in the thyroid, where it emits beta particles that damage tissue. And when you start damaging the thyroid, it's really, it messes with the entire endocrine system, and it can stop physical and mental growth, and ancillary ailments, including cancer, especially lung cancer, become problematic. Now, the cesium-137 from Fukushima has been found in fish caught all the way down to California. Now, by the way, it spreads throughout the body, cesium-137, spreading throughout the body, but needs to pretty much accumulate in the muscles. And strontium-90's half-life is around 29 years, and it mimics calcium and goes to your bones. Well, this is one time when it's truly bad to the bone. I won't attempt to sing that song, but I will tell you it is bad to the bone. By the way, I'm reading from an excellent article that Michael Snyder laid out, I think it was almost 3 or 4 years ago. So for the record, March, we're talking March 11/11, coming up on the 6th year of 2011, we're going to be in a unusual situation to see what breaks loose. And these people, the occultists, have their, if you will, their magic tied to numbers, and they move basically in realms of number sequence. It's believed, listen to this, that the cesium levels at this point are somewhere anywhere from 20 to 40 times the level they were after the heavy atomic bomb testing in the Pacific after World War II. And when we see the endless release in the Pacific Ocean that will be ongoing for our lifetime, but our children's lifetimes, we have 40 million people alone in Tokyo that are having issues. I once maintained, I don't know if it will be, but at some point, should we have a major volcanic eruption around Mount Fuji, I can't even begin to tell you what my concerns would be beyond the obvious collateral damage from lava, ash, etc. But every day that this thing continues on, we should understand that the entire west coast of the United States and up into Alaska, down all the way into South America, obviously Latin America, on the western side of the Pacific, is becoming more and more at risk of very, very dangerous and damaging ramifications in the bodies of the people. So what am I saying we should do? Number one, stay on this Fukushima thing. Like I said, for the last couple of days, I'm trying to follow the direction of leading in my heart that I think is critical at this point. And when I start seeing so many lies clustering, that tells me that the mainstream press, or that, let's just say this, the control press, is trying to do damage control in anticipation of some really bad news coming out. Really bad news. We're talking about areas now that are going to be the DZs, the dead zones of the Pacific Ocean. We're talking about areas in literally Japan. Had this, how do I say this? If the same standards were applied that were applied to Chernobyl, go look do an internet search and see how closed down. And literally, it's a no-go zone going into Chernobyl. And you're talking about something in Fukushima that's 33,000 times more radiation. And people just kind of go, so what? Now, you can say, well, you're not saying so what, but what can you do about it? Number one, you hold your representatives accountable. Hopefully, with the new president, the new cabinet, people begin to see how this is. Now, I want to share something. There was a gentleman who developed a form of what would be called photoremediation of nuclear fission or nuclear byproduct breakdown. He was murdered. He had a company in, I think, Boise, Idaho, and I used to know his name because I used to talk about him all the time. But there are ways of neutralizing radiation known to the inner circle. But why would they neutralize? Again, I want to say that word, photoremediation. And if people don't think it isn't a big deal, then ask yourself, who has the most to gain by killing the guy that came up with probably one of the most brilliant ways to render active radioactive particles, just basically neutralize them. So the reality of what is happening is that it's planetary in scope. Getting back to all the most powerful men, the richest men. Remember, these are the people that want everybody else but them dead. And they're being generous, you know. They want to leave about 500 million people, obviously Georgia Guidestones, but everybody who is a population control freak is wanting the acceleration of people just simply die. Because, ladies and gentlemen, they're the elite. They want to be, so many of them want to be gods. Yet you're a useless eater. And by the way, if you understand that what is happening now in the northern hemisphere as well as the southern hemisphere, those of you who have ever been to Mallorca, Spain, or even into the Sahara Desert, when they got snow there, they got problems. When you're seeing snow in Australia, when you're seeing snow throughout Southeast Asia, when you're seeing, if you will, anomalies that are off the chart because there were no charts capable of literally pinpointing the amount of damage being done. And so I want you to really pay attention to those articles I'm putting up on Fukushima and especially on the remediation, because one of the things you're going to have to move, and I'm saying this, at what level? Here's a question I'm going to pose to everybody who lives from Seattle down to the Baja. And you send me an email, and seriously, I'm being as gently persuasive as I know how to be. At what level will you decide that you can no longer stay on the coast? At what level? Go and look up, exposure levels to radiation. And look up, that some of this stuff is 530 sieverts, not millisieverts, sieverts an hour. And the thing is if you look at, lethal dose over a lifetime, I think most of the charts are 275, and that's over your lifetime. If you were exposed to just, thousands of this, they'd be treating you for radiation sickness. So that's why the fish are bleeding. Well, that's why they're being mutated. That's why everything's beaching. That's why they're dying. The food chain is interrupted. And ladies and gentlemen, when the plankton goes and when the sardines go all the way up the food ladder and the ocean, everything goes. And when the food goes, we go. So please, that's something that I really want you to consider. Again, this is Sunday. And we're talking about the very things going on in the oceans of the world. And when were recorded in history. And by the way, Southern Hemisphere is not going to escape this. When history looks back, or even the judgment books are opened, if you ever have heard the statement that I used to coin on the talk, I think I coined it on the talk radio. I know I did. Dumb unto death. Now we're going to have to move to even a little stronger wording. Denial unto destruction / yours. If somebody says this is a conspiracy theory, fear mongering, ask them to go tell you what the lethal dose of radiation is. Ask them to give you the background on Chernobyl. Ask them to give you the background on, obviously, the cover up and cover over of what's been going on with the amount of radiation and also the core of the reactors melting through. They've known it for a long time. So it's becoming more and more problematic. Now I'm going to basically jump to something that, if you understand starvation, and with the, I think, I'll stand corrected on this, but I think 60 to 70% of the world's population live around the coast and are dependent on the coastal food supply for their major protein sustenance. If you look back at Mount Tambora, Tambora, and when it exploded with supposedly the largest recorded explosion in volcano history, all the ash that went up into the upper atmosphere was distributed throughout the northern hemisphere, so that it began really getting cold. And during that time period, obviously, Mary Shelley wrote her book Frankenstein the Monster. There were so many events happening during that time period, but the bottom line was the people that had food or had money could eat, not on the same level they used to be able to, but so many people starved and so many people died. You've got to ask yourself this. Begin to make a list. I'm serious. Get a yellow pad, or, I got multiple pads. I got every color pad in the world. I write, a lot of stuff on them. I throw them on the floor, and then I go back and remember that my stuff for this was on this pile or that pile, until you come in and walk into my floor and you slip, because it's like skating on ice because you're skating on paper. Then you decide, hey, it's a good time to pick it up. By the way, I had somebody come to my store from, I don't know, Michigan or Minnesota, and they said, can I see your office? I said, sure. They said, do you really keep your files like that? I said, yeah. And I took them by, hallway down to my office, and they just couldn't believe it. You really do that? I said, yeah. And actually, I guess I should do it, clean it up more, because all it takes is one slip, and it forces me a little, if you will, humor, but that's really the case. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think 6 volcanoes have come active today, and these are not just dormant ones that are all of a sudden springing to life. But if somebody's out there that has the ability to calculate, do advanced math, I would like to propose this. I'll give you all the credit. I'll bring you on a radio show or a podcast, Skype, whatever. And I'd like you to calculate the amount of cubic, if you will, the cubic feet of ejecta going into the upper atmosphere. I mean, when you've got like Kamchatka Peninsula volcanoes, they're ejecting ash into the upper atmosphere, sometimes 5 miles, sometimes 6 miles, I think 8 miles high. The cumulative effect of that, it all goes up into the upper atmosphere, and depending on the winds aloft, is carried around the world.
What are you doing?
It is my contention that the global
What are you
warming
eating?
liars will never talk about that, because, again, don't confuse them with history. Don't confuse them with the truth, meaning us. Just give them the lies.
What, you got your bone?
And here's another statement.
Paper?
When you buy the lie, you're going to die. I'm surprised and antagonized by people that can never answer the question.
What you got?
Why is denial
You got an earplug?
in the face of evidence to the contrary? Well, I believe that those of you that are listening to this QCast,
Let me see it. Let me
and will
see
share
it.
with your friends, tell them
Let me
this.
see it.
At the end of the day, the most important thing
You
you can
bad
do
girl.
is remember that Esau sold his birthright for something to eat. And I won't even go into details on this podcast of what the history of starvation.
Shit.
Women sell everything. I don't know if most people even know this, but during the Great Depression in the United States, people were selling their children to childless couples because they simply couldn't feed them. I think there's some photos in the last week on some subject, or excuse me, some photos of the Great Depression showing this. Please understand, it's double F's. No, not that. It's food first, food first, food first, triple F's. Quadruple F's, food first. As Hawk says, if it's a simple can of beef soup. Now, I understand not everybody can, stomach whatever soup brands are out there, but the alternative is worse. You don't even begin to think about anything else until you have a basic understanding of food. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I would encourage you to ponder this. Those of you who are capable of leaving and getting out of where you're at, I recommend you go to my website, stevequayle.com, and trying to remember where it's at. On the right-hand side, my Ozark homestead, it's literally to the right, right off the right side of my page. And look there, there's a group of people that are putting together communities that have small houses, nice houses. They're just small in size, but also bunker space. Again, you see the billionaires have bailed out to New Zealand. You see the millionaires are bailing out into their million-plus condos. This is something that the average family can do. Why do I believe in it? Am I pushing it? By the way, I have no financial ties to them. I only basically put their ad on my website. The important thing is this. If you don't move now, what makes you think you can move later? Again, I want those of you to send me who live on the West Coast, from Seattle, even into Canada, even into Alaska. And Alaska's nice because at least you can go into the, the bush if you can. Same thing with different areas. And you can monitor the, if you will, the dispersion of radioactivity by watching reports and stuff. But even then, whenever there's a surge in radiation, that's taken down also. Everything is designed in modern mainstream vomit brokering to keep the truth out of you. So here's the deal. Email me, steve777@stevequayle.com, and tell me, if you live on the West Coast, even in South America on the West Coast, at what level, what is it that you're waiting for? I'm not going to make fun of you. That's not the point. I got to get my understanding here. At what level radiation or what event will you have to basically support your decision to move? And if you think about, well, I got a job and stuff, then pray about getting a job someplace else. But I would like to hear from you. Well, listen, God bless you. Thank you for tuning in today to the QCast. Again, we'll get this up as fast as we can. But pay attention. If I put for information or background stories on my website, sometimes I won't say anything because I don't want them to pull them off. I'm getting stories that I place on my website pulled off by guess who, there's 26 letters in the alphabet, and I ended up dealing with primarily 3 of them all the time. So if you would be so kind, ladies and gentlemen, please start thinking about this. It's more about your family than it is you. But what a great time to be alive and to be able to witness to the Word of God coming to pass as the days of the book of Revelation the pages are opening up, and I guess you'd say John the Revelator is raising the revelation this time. I believe God is granting unusual grace to understand it. It's not a metaphor. It's not just a bunch of stories. It's incredibly important. Next update as it comes, but probably Tuesday. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
And welcome back. Yoshi Shimatsu joins us this hour. Yoshi, of course, is with us every Monday along with Dana Durnford, but it's been so hell on wheels lately that we've postponed our Fukushima reports, and actually we've been drifting into more and more of the bigger picture, the political, international geopolitics of this whole thing, and they're crucial. They're really important, and they are intrinsically tied to Fukushima, radiation, our early demise, and many other things that we've been talking about for well over 5. God, you know, Yoshi, it's going to be 6 years.
It's coming up. Yeah, it's hard to believe that we've survived this long, particularly myself. You know, and one of the reasons I've been in New Zealand, I went down to New Zealand to try to find the opposite of Japan, you know, places a little bit where I could eat fish, things like that, things I used to do 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And which I can't do anymore. You know, look around at the seaweed and things, you know, sort of a longing for my homeland, which is
that trash
beyond repair in my lifetime, and probably in several many lifetimes.
No doubt.
New Zealand was a refreshing break. But as soon as I landed, I was interrogated by customs. There's a thing called Line 4. I was put into Line 4. There was a Russian lady there and some dodgy Chinese businessmen. And then they said, wow, we have a whole lot on you. So, you know, I thank them. I really appreciate the fact that you're a follower.
We have a whole lot on you?
Yeah.
That's what they
And then, you know, and said, there's a whole lot of stuff on you. And I said, yeah, well, I write a lot for Ransom. And, you know, another place, Japan Times, and, you know, I have a whole background in writing. Well, you know, delving
Crazy
into
dog.
controversy. So this is in New Zealand, right?
Hey.
Sheep country. Yeah.
What
But
are you
then it
doing
turns
in
out
there?
I had no idea what's going on.
What are you
Absolutely,
doing
I
there?
felt, just shaking my head. That, you know, what possibly do they think I'm an anthrax terrorist or something? I mean, what possibly could I have done to offend this, you know, nice, peaceful? You know,
You're one of the world's great environmental writers, a true journalist, and what the hell is wrong with them? You know, I understand that the Zionists, they
control. I'm in Auckland, and I'm, you know, I'm in Auckland. You know, my hobby is to take photos of used bookstores and stop by, you know, because I used to do that when I was in college, both at, you know, undergrad and then later at journalism school in Berkeley. I used to trade books, you know, because you come across all people throwing out books at yard sales, and then you can trade them at bookstores from some pretty good old volumes that would be otherwise neglected or, you know, sent to some incinerator somewhere. So it's a hobby of mine. So in Auckland, I'm at this bookstore, and then I see this poster, you know, a protest against the USS Sampson, the first visit of an armed U.S. naval vessel in the last 32 years. And I said, here I am gobsmacked. No wonder they're harassing me. They must have thought I came here to organize a protest.
How funny.
Yeah,
How
this
weird.
They had New Zealand had a non-nuclear policy. It started in the 80s. Okay? They won't let in nuclear vessels, nuclear weapons. And that's when that Greenpeace vessel, Rainbow Warrior, was blown up for protesting the Muraro, the French atomic blast there in the Pacific, gorgeous Pacific Atoll was blown apart. So that it all came out of that era, which I reported actually in the Japan Times. You know, we had a report. One of my cameraman was down there in Tahiti, you know, to go after the Muraro thing. So I'm very intimately. I said, oh my gosh, you know, the timing is perfect. In fact, the protest will be later this week. You know, so I said, gosh, you know. It really looks like, you know, that's what I'm doing here. You know, it's coming down here with a bullhorn to raise hell about nuclear. And it would make total, you know, I came here to eat some lamb and some fish, you know, drink some beer without fear, drink some wine. You know, basically live without fear for a while.
At least they didn't waterboard you.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they were, I'm sure they would have tempted. If I'd come in you know, this week, they probably would have it. And I'm just glad they didn't blame me for setting off that second earthquake in Christchurch, because I was through there too, you know. But anyway, the odd thing about New Zealand, very quickly, is I thought it was perfectly safe. The furthest south you can get, away from even Australia, which produces uranium, you know, a lot of rainfall, close to the Antarctic Sea, you know, the Antarctic and the Southern Southern Ocean. So, and then lo and behold, I'm at New Plymouth. Which is on the west coast facing Australia. I said, maybe it's a little dangerous here. I should be a little cautious. I'm walking along the shore. You know, so I take a measurement, 0.0, really low. Okay, I said, no problem. There's offshore oil wells, nothing to worry about in this country. But then at Christchurch, I decided to take a day, take a bus out to Sumner, which is the beach area. That's a place where you see the gigantic landslide in the pictures coming out of Canterbury, because they built houses on these cliffs and they fell down, 50 yards down. An amazing sight. But I same picture, and I said, and it's all sand out there, no rock. In sandstone, in the volcano, you don't see much rock. There's no uranium in there. And I get double the reading. This is on the East Coast facing the Pacific. And I said, what the heck? And I take it for a kilometer, I'm taking reading. And yeah, I confirmed every time. Consistent 0.08. Not dangerous yet. Let's say 2/3 of the way up to the old safety level in Japan. So, but high for New Zealand. Then, I had to go see the Antarctic Sea. I've written articles for you that you posted on the Arctic issue, the crack of the ice cap and the problem with the polar bears. It's all related to Dana Durnford's work, right? I mean, this is the Arctic, sort of the Arctic and what we call the subarctic region. Okay, this is all part of this Fukushima contamination area. So I said, I've never seen the Antarctic, never been close to it before, so this is my great chance. I go to Invercargill, way on the south, Scottish, it was settled by Scottish people. And there's a place called Bluff where the oysters come from, which is the southernmost point on the main, south island. There's two islands, north and south, on the south island, southernmost point. So I'm directly facing the Antarctic Sea. And then I whip out my dosimeter, and then we're going up to 0.14. This is above the Japan safety limit, and along the water, it doesn't make any sense, because the water along Fukushima, the water itself is not that high, but this has got hot water there, And I'm saying, what the heck is going on? True, you can see the rock, it's pitch black, so it's from Gondwana land, the original continent. I know about this, like my work in the Gobi Desert, that was part of Gondwana land too, the Indian Peninsula brought that up, smashed into that area. So Gondwana land rock, and there's some uranic rock there, but it could not account for the high levels in the water. Okay, on the ground, but not in the water. So I wrote this article that appeared in Grants that you ran, and I got a response from a radiation expert in New Zealand. He said, yeah, there's a lot of radiation in New Zealand now. There's 3 reactors in the small research reactors in the country, and there's been leakage. But also, he's measured, he says, he's just randomly measured, because it's the biggest importer of Japanese used cars.
I didn't know that.
High radiation levels,
hot
2
cars,
Toyotas,
hot cars,
2 Hondas, and 2 Isuzus. High radiation levels. The used cars are coming from Japan, and they're hot. Okay? And then, I said, I rang with, but at the time when I was down there on the Antarctic Sea, looking at the sea, I'm thinking, man, is it Britain, is it France, is it the U.S., is it, no, Britain's got Canada, the U.S. is a huge country, France also, France has got all these colonies, so they all have places that to sort of hide their nuclear waste. Which country doesn't have that kind of land? Okay.
Right.
Which country sends big ships down to the Antarctic? Ships that have, Sea Shepherd have chased and Sea Shepherd admitted. The fleet disappeared. The Japanese whaling fleet disappeared. We don't know where it is. They turned off their radios, okay? We don't know where they are.
That's against the international convention at sea, isn't it?
Oh yeah, law of the sea, every international convention in the world. To bring nuclear waste and dump it.
Do we have any proof of this? This is not good. Is this
what I'm saying is, look, I'm trying to say, I take these measurements. It's hot on the South Island, on the east side, the southeast side, where it should not be hot.
Got it.
The other part facing Australia, which should be a little warmer, is not. So the baseline is very low. How in the hell does the water get radioactive in New Zealand down there, unless someone's dumping? And the Antarctic Sea is huge. Okay, it's 1,000 kilometers across. It's 800 miles across or more, 1,000 miles. It's a vast sea, going in circles. How do you contaminate anything that big? Where would the source of that much plutonium and uranium be?
Right.
Who goes down there to deliver. And you've seen the back of these whaling vessels, right? They're like ramps with forklifts that can pull up, and winches that can pull up whales.
Yep.
Just as easy to use a winch and a forklift to push down a container of plutonium. So now we know why they go off, why they go radio dead. If they're hunting whales, they have to be in communication with each other, right? The ships have to coordinate. How can they just go dead for 2 weeks and Sea Shepherd can't find them down there? What are they doing? Well, I'll tell you what they're doing. It's obviously the Japanese are doing the same thing they did to the Japan trench, the Philippine trench that is contaminating the U.S. They're dumping, high-level containers to high-level
this is disgusting.
into the Antarctic.
This is
It's going to kill all the penguins. I mean, I hate to say it. I wish the environmental movement, World Wildlife Fund, would get off their butts and investigate. Now all the penguins are doomed, the seals down there, everything. This is mass environmental destruction. And you got to understand the irony for me. Here I come to the other end of the planet to get away from Fukushima, and here it is like slapping me in the head like a whale's tail, like Moby Dick's tail, okay? It's slapping me in the head here, okay? Of all places, right? I'm at the end of the earth, at Land's End, and here I'm facing this same monster, okay? I can't get away from it, right? And New Zealand, nice peaceful country.
Unreal.
Sheep farms, dairy farms.
These people who said we have a file on you or a lot of stuff on you, did they have it like stacked in front of them, or was it just a verbal?
No. It was right online. They were just reading everything. They just, they had all kind. They're asking me a lot of questions. They had all the facts and details. And,
Could you see the screen? Could you see the screen?
No. But you could see, the guy was nearly smiling that they had the goods, so much on me. So they're obviously devoted fans of Rents.com.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as a result, I felt a little bit, less than hospitably invited there, And
I would think.
I decided, well, I've enjoyed the meat pies. I've really enjoyed the scenery. It's a great country. I'd love to live anywhere in that country except, facing the Fukushima radioactivity, which hopefully won't increase, but I'm sure it will as it bubbles up over time.
Wow.
And also I needed to write that article, so I felt, well, it's best, I don't participate in the protest. Let them know this is not my intention to raise hell down there. The U.S. Navy, well, that's their problem. They've got to stop that. It's not, I can't do a hell lot about that.
Wait, and what kind of container is not going to rust over time? Oh, they all will.
Well, that's what happened. Well, that's what happened in Somalia. The Italian mafia in the 80s, after Italy voted to go non-nuclear after Chernobyl, they dumped shiploads off Somalia, created a hotspot, washed up in the 2004 tsunami. They found it. Soon as the government of Somalia started to realize what happened, that's when all the guns came in, from London.
Shut
all
off.
the, new firearms.
Yeah.
Somali pirates problem started. The government was displaced, dislodged, and the country was divided, so no word would get out. That's why people have cards. There's no outcry.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, you had done nothing. Yeah, there's like ships, whole ships were sunk there. They criticized the Scandinavian ships.
Let me ask you another question.
Old ones.
Here's a question. Yeah. Isn't there some place on this planet that we could dig and create an enormous repository for the world's nuclear waste that would be safe? Relatively speaking. It's better. You don't put it in the ocean. That's for damn sure.
No, Germany's got these salt mines that they're doing it in these huge underground salt mines.
Yeah.
Which are very solid, really solid. So Germany's doing it. They're responsibly taking care of their own. Australia is talking about doing it because they're uranium exporters, so they have to get rid of their own waste so they can. And they're talking about bringing, basically selling storage space to other countries. So it won't be cheap. It's got to be cool. The WIPP down in New Mexico, obviously that wasn't well done. It's in bedrock down there, but there was an accident, a fire down there. So, and for Japan, the problem is this wastewater. There's no reason. We store water in tunnels in Japan. There's massive tunnels under some of the major rivers.
Really? These are man-made tunnels?
Gigantic ones, yeah. They're the biggest tunnels. You can really take 2-3 trains through there. And we store water in case of drought because we did have water shortages.
Were they designed for that purpose?
Yeah. We have water shortage, severe water shortage in the 80s. So whenever there's a massive storm, we filter the water and send it down in these tunnels. So, but the Japanese government hasn't done that because there's been a deliberate policy not to do that. They want to contaminate the United States, and Canada punish the United States for what happened in World War II.
Well, that's obvious.
There's a deliberate war criminal mentality behind not putting the water in the tunnels because we have the world's greatest machines. Mitsubishi makes these fantastic ones used all around the world.
What kind of machines are they? I'm sorry, what?
Mitsubishi. They're these gigantic, sort of these round diamond edge blades.
Oh, for the tunnel borers. Okay.
They can just eat the hard rock. It's amazing, these machines, how fast they work. But they won't do that because they want to basically destroy the American people. I mean, I don't know how to put it any other way. And that's an issue I think Donald Trump's got to look at. Before I said I think the problem of the relationship with Mexico is a major national security issue, probably the major, because there's, territorial claims, cultural claims. There's a lot of hotheads on the Mexican side.
Right.
And let's face it, there's a lot of rednecks on the American side. So it's a recipe for disaster, But, immediately, that's sort of a longer term issue, but the immediate problem Trump's got to face is this undeclared nuclear war by the Shinzo Abe regime against the United States, refusing to store their nuclear waste, the nuclear water, and dumping in the Pacific. It's a deliberate refusal. Basically, they could have done it. They have the means to do that, and they basically sabotaged. They came up with nonsensical, not solutions, what do you call it? Nonsensical delay tactics, of trying to filter they knew all that would fail.
Sure.
They have done nothing, and at this point, we got to say it's deliberate. They've had 5.5 years to do
Okay, so
and everything has failed.
Fukushima emissions at this point, you feel are deliberate. Not the actual mechanism, but the fact that they haven't
drained the most high-level radioactive tanks have been drained.
They're empty. Sure, yeah. I don't believe there's anything in there.
So therefore, and they did it quietly. They even sort of hinted at it after it was done. So they didn't warn the world. They didn't say anything. The IAEA they control. Head of it is Japanese. They're bribing people off there. So there's. It has to be, at a certain point, it's no longer because, like you laugh about we're 6 years on, we're 5.5 years on. There's a certain point when chaos and all, because there's been these quiet interludes. There's been plenty of time now. There's plenty of policy. There's been a lot of planning, and there is absolutely no intention to contain the water. And this is what I think, remember, like right after the crisis, when we first, I first came on your station, I said, we have to contain the radioactivity.
Absolutely.
It is wrong to send this out to the rest of the world. We have to contain it. Once we let it out, we can't get it back in. Containment is the only thing we can do. It's the only way to, prevent this disaster from going global. And it's our only way actually to deal with this disaster, to, develop the technologies to extract the nucleotides and so on. So that was clear from the beginning. I'm no scientific genius. I didn't graduate in physics. I was in chemistry. But it's obviously very simple common sense they haven't done. And so I think Trump, Shinzo Abe is barging in on Trump on Thursday. He's doing a New York stopover on his way to Peru.
He's forcing his way into Trump's schedule, isn't he?
He is, and this is outrageous because Trump doesn't have a cabinet yet. No. Trump's main issue now is listening to his supporters, American people.
Well, obviously doing it so he can go home and say, I was the first head of state to meet with the president-elect of the United States. Obviously doing it as an ego trip.
an ego trip, but he'll tell the Japanese people. Well, Trump nodded when I said you should support the TPP.
Yeah,
Trump smiled, and I had to keep the U.S. Japan. Abe's already said, well, we don't want to be. Trump says, why don't you go develop your own nuclear bomb? Because Trump knows darn well Japan's had a secret nuclear bomb program there in Fukushima. So do it openly, where at least we can watch and monitor this thing. And Abe doesn't want to do that. Of course he doesn't want an open nuclear program, because he needs plausible deniability, because I've always argued the nuclear bomb has nothing to do with deterring China or the North Koreans. It's always been aimed at the Americans. So you have to deny the existence of a program so you can have a false flag attack against America. Okay?
Yeah.
And this is no longer a false flag. They are. I mean, America is under massive attack. The whole country has been irradiated, basically. Every time it rains, it's raining from Fukushima. So Trump, I think, needs to put Abe in his place and just tell him, no, I'm busy putting together my cabinet. I understand your positions. I don't agree with them, so there's no point us discussing it, And I'll put you on my schedule when I've got time and when I'm president. I mean, that's what Trump should be saying.
I agree. You wrote up a nice piece, and we put it up at Rents, and we also had it put on Trump's Facebook page, so they'll see it.
Right. Yeah. Because I mean, Pence may go out to the airport and meet him and say, we're sorry, we're busy, thank you for your concern, goodbye. I mean, that's it. But very, very clearly, Shinzo Abe is in the other side of the tennis net there, and the other side of the ball court. Supports TPP, wants to keep exporting Toyotas to America, wants to keep crushing GM and Ford. And Ford is all being stanched there. I mean, they're not selling cars in Japan or Asia because, the Japanese have basically can control the market through financing and every other thing, trade deals, all that. So the American industry is being crushed in Japan. They're being invaded by the Japanese. Free reign. Toyota's been given like the keys to the town, right? The golden keys to every town in America. So there's unfair trade. Okay, and then you have the bases. They don't pay for the.
We have to take a break, Yoshi, but there really is no common ground between these two men at all, and I
policy differences.
It's really silly. Hold on a second, we'll come right back.
Yeah.
All right, we're back with Yoshi, and let me tell you, I don't know anyone listening out there at any time during the campaign did I hear Fukushima or radiation mentioned. I don't think anyone mentioned it. No accident. No coincidence. I don't think they touched it. They want nothing to do with it. Nothing. Don't ask, don't tell. Don't worry, be happy.
Well, I'm not too depressed about it, because at least Trump came out against this climate theory and realizes that right now, the use of carbon-based fuels is not the worst thing in the world right now for the planet.
Absolutely not.
So.
No.
So he's obviously clued there, and that policy can help spring this whole nuclear issue. And I think we should be agitating for the next head of the Department of Energy instead of this guy Stephen Chu or Ernest Moniz. Follow the money Moniz to. There's a nuclear physicist, working with DOE. We need someone from outside. So I think we should try to get a nomination for Arnie Gunderson. Arnie Gunderson should be the head of the Department of Energy. He's taking a principal stand. He knows the stuff. He knows people in the industry. Over at the Japan embassy, put in someone like Richard Wilcox, environmentalist, has been steadily nuclear foe.
I'd rather see
the issues there in Japan. Yeah, so
I'd rather see
we need.
I'd rather see Yoichi Shimatsu.
Well, I should be an outside critic, I suppose, because but anyway, whatever. Okay, I mean, there have to be people at the nuclear desk and state, the proliferation desk, who understand why we have to go non-nuclear.
Right.
There needs to be a change of policy, and we should be pushing for that, because we sure as hell have done a lot of the homework for the Trump people. When they were in a tight spot with this Khazir Khan and all that. So we've sort of hauled their wood and fetched their pails of water.
You got it.
I think they do owe something to the people who held out against this climate bogus aspect. I've always said I'm not entirely against climate theory. I do think there's too much carbon, but it's not like a super pressing issue as they present as the one horse issue. No,
it's not a crisis.
The environment is a very complicated issue. Lots of threats out there, and we've got to take each as they are. Each one as they are, and not try to create an ideology. It's a very practical business.
Yoshi, the methane hydrate issue may be more important than carbon. That's a big deal. And it's coming up in the Arctic now, and it's coming up.
Bubbling out the ground. And there was a lot of various organisms that have to make So we don't know what's coming out of the ground now that nuclear has destroyed the Arctic region and the ozone hole. But the main thing is we got to contain the nuclear bandits out of Japan, the Fukushima gang, Abe. They got so big on be put out. And Trump's just got to give them a schedule. Let's say, we're giving you 2.5 years to address this, okay? And this is what we want to see every month. And just lay it out to them and say, you're going to do this. We don't care about money because you can just cut your foreign aid and whatever else. You can cut the size of your government. The Bank of Japan's been throwing money away. Just tell them to pump up the money, okay? You're going to do this. I don't think it's asking. This is no longer, when someone's got a gun to your head, just shot your daughter, okay? Do you ask them, please? No, you take the gun away and you knock them to the ground and said, you're going to walk over there to the jail, or I'm going to shoot you right. This got to be like, we can't. There's no more gentlemanliness in this. America is being destroyed. Okay, American people, their health, their children are being destroyed.
This audience
cannot treat
may understand that. This audience may understand that, but 99% of Americans have no idea, Yoshi. None.
Yeah,
and I'm wondering if Abe is...
He's talking about the wall, okay? The wall along the Mexican border. Well, there's no way you're going to put up a wall across the Pacific, okay? So you've got to get
damn
to
right.
stop this.
I wonder if Abe is...
You're going to stop this on your territory. You're going to do it. Start doing it now, this hour, and this is how you're going to do it. And we're giving you a timetable, and if you fail, we got a lot of American troops.
What a great leadership achievement that would be.
So the next government will come in. If we have to shepherd in another government who will do it, we will. It's got to be like that. This is survival. America's survival at stake. 6 years is way too long. This has been an atrocity. And, the cancer cases, population climate.
Well, now we have cancer cells floating around in the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic, by the way, that are actually infectious. This is unheard of. It's unprecedented. No one's talking about it. It's relatively. It's combined to the bivalve community, the mollusks, clams, but it doesn't matter because it's floating in the water. Now, who's to tell me that it's not contagious to human beings? Who's done the research? Nobody.
Exactly. There's no research. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Of course.
You're just sucking it in. It's in your lungs. It's perfect breeding ground for viruses, bacteria, whatever. So why shouldn't a cancerous cell implant there? So this is, we're talking about this is the worst threat to the United States. And if it's not contained like in the Trump administration, there will be no United States. Just hand over the keys to Mexico. Let them take over. Okay? I hate to put it that way. Maybe we shouldn't have a wall. Maybe we need all the Mexicans just to take over all of North America because they can keep pumping people out of the South. No joke, out of South America.
No, you're talking demographics. I got it.
Give them everything because you've just lost the country because all your people are dead. Okay? They're dying or dead or dying. And it's going to be Mexicans. They're going to be wheelchairing them around and giving them their last right. Yeah? So unless we deal with Fukushima, everything else is lost. It's basically a joke. The whole country, the population.
And what is the Abe regime doing about Fukushima right now? What new, bold scientific initiatives are they pushing?
Pump it out. They're just draining the tanks. I mean, there's just a huge rainstorm 2 days ago. Another rainstorm, more being pushed out. He's doing nothing scientifically. Just, he's doing the same science he did, right? He sends these whaling ships down to the Antarctic to do scientific studies. What science have they ever used on the great humpbacks that are keeling off the California coast? Right. Not one bit, not one grant, not one scientist coming over. There's no science. This is a massacre. You don't need science for a massacre. So I hope Trump begins to wake up and see the immediacy of this threat and that the clock is ticking down, that they don't have time.
He's got to have a science advisor. He has to have talked about this. He has to have. But they don't want to go public with it.
Knows.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but, the energy industry's got to make its choices. If he gives them a bailout on oil and gas, they've got to get something in back, and that's going to be nuclear. We got to end the nuclear regime. It's a useless form of power. Everyone knows how inefficient, expensive, what a waste it is.
It has never been profitable for anybody anywhere. Yeah. Is there any way that we could actually decommission these plants down, which, by the way, you have to maintain them at a great expense forever?
Yeah.
Is there any way we could shut them all down and truly make the world a better place? Yes.
Well, most of that uranium came from Canada, so Canada's going to have to open up some territory for a repository. That's why, why do we all have to look at the United States?
There you go.
Look at the guy who sold you the uranium. Very happily take the money, right? You tell him, take it back now. I mean, make America great again. America can push its weight around. Said, you sold us this bad goods, you take it back. And they said, well, where's the contract? We said, there is no contract. The contract begins with the first shipment that goes out. This is how Americans got to learn to talk again, We're not taking nonsense. We're going to save the
Well, this is what Trump said. He said Americans have to learn to be winners again. Winners.
Exactly. You can't just get pushed around by every wimpy bureaucrat in the world, in Europe, the British Empire, or wherever, the Japan, China. You can't just be pushed around. You got to stand up and survive. And as I said, by the end of the Trump 4 years or 8 years, there may not be an American people left to defend anymore. I mean, this
sounds almost like science fiction. But if people have been listening to us for any of these years we've been doing this, they'll know that this is not a joke. That the North Pacific is dead. Nothing can be eaten out of the North Pacific. Do you know how much food that has been taken out of the general foodstuffs and food supplies? Huge. Almost incalculably huge. It's over.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, 7 days ago, I was down, or 8 days ago, I was down in the Antarctic Sea, on the Southern Ocean. And it's radioactive down there. I mean, forget it. I mean, there is no hope anymore. New Zealand is not a hope. Where to, folks? Where to, folks? All the other places
nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I mean, there's nowhere to hide. We got to face this monster now. And it's just wimpy little Japan. You got to say, big America, the tough guys, the U.S. Marine Corps, just say, do it. You're not going to kill us. It was sort of, what do you call that, sociopathic, passive aggression. We will not take your passive aggression anymore. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, we're tough guys. We're going to, we did it before. We beat you before. We can do it again easily. Now, you quit trying to stab us, well, not even in the back. I mean, what's amazing, Obama just accepted this because we know what Obama thinks to the majority of American people. That wants to get rid of. And what Hillary Clinton said it already, right?
You got it.
She's already, I mean, these are people she wants to wipe off the blackboard, okay? And Fukushima was one of the instruments for doing that. They love Japan, those guys, for doing this, for wiping out the American population. Yeah? I mean, these are brutal truths. These are just
They're
brutal,
terrible truths.
Honesty.
We're not seeing...
look it in the face.
Yeah.
You tell Mitsubishi and IHI, just say, get those tunnelers out there. You're going to store this stuff. And if you have to evacuate most of Japan, tough crap. That was your decision, not ours. You know?
Well, tell me what the latest is on.
I wanted you to get nuclear, but you did it on your own volition.
Of course,
we offered it to a lot of other countries who said no. You took it so eagerly, right?
That's right. What is going on with Tokyo, as far as you know? They're still finding hot spots all over the place, and they're just not talking about it, right?
That's what this business of moving the rowing venue. I've said this on your show, and I sent stuff, and I made some video about it, which will come out this summer. But basically, the island, the rowing venue is in sort of this channel in the middle of this huge island. But the island was made from ash from Fukushima. All the plastic and wood from Fukushima was burned at this incinerator plant right there. And outside the plant, they built this huge island. Now, right down the middle of that island is a rowing venue. It is like a microwave oven for the athletes there. Equestrian is supposed to be, horse is supposed to be there. Mountain biking is supposed to be there. So the governor of Tokyo says, we got to move it. She just says, it's expensive. Well, it's not expensive because the thing's already been built. It's not that expensive. But she won't dare come out and say, because the place is hot as a microwave oven. People will be dying. Rowers will be dying out there. Yeah.
Wow.
And
well, they want to take the bait. You know what they want to do?
It's a V-shaped thing, so it's the worst possible shape.
Of course.
Yeah,
vector right to the bottom. Did you know they want to put? There's talk. I think it was Abe. They want to put the baseball venue inside the former Fukushima exclusion zone.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a big sports center. There's several of them. Yeah, there's a big training camp where the workers use.
Yes,
absolutely. They're insane. I mean, in other words, I hate to use the G word. Man is a genocidal maniac, and he knows baseball. How many countries play baseball?
Oh,
United States.
Yeah.
Right. Taiwan, Canada.
Half a dozen.
A little bit in Australia, not much. There's not a lot of countries that play baseball.
No.
What better thing than to microwave the American national sports? Kill the best players in America.
Oh,
this is a huge achievement,
Yeah.
This is a huge achievement. I mean, I don't think any world leader in history is as devious and diabolical.
See, what people don't understand, Yoshi,
I've been warning people all along. I've been warning people that I've known him from the subway gas thing. He was involved. He's involved weapons. I told everybody. I've been fighting with this guy more than 25 years. He's one of the criminals we should have put away, but there was guys in him that, bigger fish that we had to put away. And they were fighting back tooth and nail. My boss was murdered there in Tokyo. So he was a fish that got away, and he's grown up to be quite a big whale himself.
Wow.
So he's vicious. These are genocide. These are people with genocide in their mind.
Do people understand that there are a lot of Japanese who still harbor hatred toward the U.S.? Do Americans understand that? Yeah, Americans don't get it. They don't get it.
We don't use the word fascist lightly in Japan. When Japanese people said this guy's a fascist, we mean it. I mean, he's over the top crazy militarist, wants to kill every American and Chinese and Filipino in sight.
Right.
I mean, these are maniacs. They are the Night of the Living Dead zombie maniacs. And they're proud of it. They're proud of it. They're not ashamed of it. They're proud of it. That's why Abe is so bold. He's going to come up and challenge Trump, and then he's going to pull the plunger. You understand? He's going to go up and say, well, I warned Trump. See, at first he'll say, well, Trump sort of nodded, but later he'll say, I warned Trump, and Trump.
Okay, and welcome back. We're going to go to somewhere over there in Southeast Asia and talk to our colleague Yoshi this hour about many things. We cover a lot of areas here. What we do know is that Fukushima Daiichi continues to pollute and destroy what's left of the North Pacific Ocean and continues to engender an ever-expanding extinction event all over the Northern Hemisphere, all the way around the world. It's not going to quit. It's going to go on for hundreds and hundreds of years until and unless technology and science, if we're around long enough to actually accomplish anything, comes along and is able to transmute radioactivity into harmless substances. That's the only hope that there can be. But how do you deactivate a radioactive ocean? Good luck. Yoshi, welcome back.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Somewhere is a good description because I don't want to be anywhere because there seems to be a hyperactive, I don't know how to describe it.
You're being followed.
You know, if you see the Bourne series, you know, the Bourne Legacy, Bourne Identity, you understand hyperactivity of these people, this enthusiasm. It's American-style jihadism, okay?
Yeah.
And it synergizes with that Islamic jihadism. In fact, they're actually twins, you know, connected at the hip. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, they synergize with each other. They built with each other. They live on Saudi money. They work for the State Department and the American and Arab.
And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. One man, one microphone, one mission, one message. True News, the only newscast reporting the countdown to the second coming of Jesus Christ. Here is end-time newsman Rick Wiles.
Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, aging demographics, President Donald Trump, new jobs in America, China Silk Road, and Fukushima radiation. Are they linked together? Let's start with Fukushima. Tokyo Electric Power Company has given up on using a robot inside the number 2 reactor at its crippled Fukushima number 1 nuclear power plant. The utility company sent a robot into the reactor yesterday to open a path for another robot to search for the source of dangerously high levels of radiation that have been recorded in recent days. Japanese newspapers reported days ago the radiation levels were described by nuclear experts as unimaginable. In preparation of sending another robot called the Scorpion, the first robot used high-pressure water to remove sediment and make a path for the Scorpion. The cleaner robot's cameras, however, started malfunctioning less than 2 hours after entering the reactor due to the extremely high level of nuclear radiation. The mission was aborted 7 hours earlier than anticipated. The high radiation readings will probably compel TEPCO officials to rethink their robot-based.
The latest developments at Japan's Fukushima reactor have been described as unimaginable and unprecedented. Officials state that damages at the reactor are far worse than previously thought. Melted fuel has come in contact with underground water and melted core appears spread out over an extensive area. A gaping hole has been found under the containment vessel measuring 2 meters in diameter on a metal grating. Images captured using a camera attached to a telescopic arm on Monday also showed part of the grating has gone. A further analysis of the images also found a 2-meter hole in an area beyond the missing section on the structure. Radiation levels at the Fukushima reactor have soared to their highest levels since the 2011 disaster. The radiation levels inside the containment vessel of the number 2 reactor at the crippled Fukushima Daiichi nuclear complex stood at 530 sieverts per hour, the highest ever, the plant operator said on Thursday. Previously, the highest radiation level monitored in the interior of the reactor was 73 sieverts per hour. The new radiation level has been described by some experts as unimaginable, and it far exceeds 73 sieverts per hour, the previously highest radiation reading in the interior of the reactor. An official of the National Institute of Radiological Sciences said professionals have never even considered dealing with this level of radiation in their work. TEPCO said the blazing radiation reading was taken near the entrance area in the space just below the pressure vessel, which contains the reactor core. These are record high fatal radiation levels, according to the Institute. Just 4 sieverts of radiation exposure would kill 1 out of 2 people. Experts say 1,000 millisieverts, which equals 1 sievert, could lead to infertility, loss of hair and cataracts, while exposure to higher radiation doses increases the risk of cancer. Another truly unsettling revelation about the Fukushima problem came as a boss revealed that 600 tons of fuel melted, and they can't find it. One top official said, "Nobody really knows where the fuel is. We may never be able to get it and we'll have to just leave it wherever." Uncontrollable fission is continuing under the site. TEPCO in the past had hoped to remove the fuel debris as part of decommissioning work at the plant. The government and TEPCO previously had plans to locate the fuel and start removing it from a first reactor in 2021. They had thought that it would be possible to decommission the plant within the next 30 to 50 years, an optimistic timeline according to many. These new developments make that inconceivable. With the reactor cores missing, decommissioning the plant or any kind of containment becomes impossible. Radiation levels at Fukushima are so high that they are melting robot camera probes sent into the reactors. Approximately 400 tons of water flows into the reactor every day, and approximately 300 tons of contaminated water flows out of it and into the ocean daily. TEPCO initially ignored requests to not allow the contaminated water to flow into the ocean. They did later build an ice wall around the reactors in an attempt to contain the flow, but that attempt failed as the ice wall melted. Several years ago they admitted to initially covering up the magnitude of the disaster and stated that their cover-up and refusal to acknowledge the meltdowns was regrettable. We can only imagine what they are not disclosing now. Their management of the disaster has been a disaster in and of itself. Cesium-137 is a product of nuclear fission. Prior to humans, there was no Cesium-137 on Earth. Once we developed and detonated nuclear bombs, we introduced Cesium-137 into the environment. There are now detectable levels of Cesium-137 in all of the world oceans. This is by far the worst nuclear disaster to ever occur on Earth. With no end in sight, uncontrollable fissioning will continue for years to come. We have only just begun to see some of the effects on marine animals as the Pacific Ocean dies and our other oceans are contaminated. Mutant flowers and vegetables are now common in and around the Fukushima area. It will get worse as time goes on. Fukushima was an apocalypse. The beginning of the end. Not an instantaneous apocalypse, but one that will play out over a longer period of time. We can only hope that in the future some solution will appear. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, please like, comment and subscribe.
Now, Anthony Gucciardi's here with huge Monsanto news, but first, this story came out a few days ago, and we mentioned it. We have the clip. We're going to play it in a moment. If you just joined us, by the man voted most popular, the man of Canada, David Suzuki, has gone on record, and then he mentioned in the papers, in the reports, we've dug these up because we've covered these. These are scientific reports, what scientists have said, the probability of an earthquake, and what it'll do if there's full meltdown of the fuel rods stored there. And the ground's all spongy and eroding into a huge sinkhole, and another tsunami, a 7.2 earthquake. It's over. And it just shows the insanity of the power structure. And now they're getting ready to start removing the fuel rods. That, statistically, they believe will probably cause them to bang together and catch on fire. And then you've got a full meltdown on your hands. Anthony Gucciardi, who's really our expert on Fukushima, covering the latest information, joins us in studio to talk about the madness of these people. His article is the top story on Infowars.com right now. Anthony, tell us the situation.
Well, you notice how they craft the debate. Now it's about the TSA agent and should they be armed. Meanwhile, we have top generals saying, yes, the nuclear weapons are, they're missing and we have major problems. Obama is getting rid of all of the top guys who will not listen to him and play ball. And now we have this scientist, this internationally recognized scientist. He hosts his own television show, actually. And yes, he was the number 5 guy in Canada, the number 1 living man in Canada, the most popular, had the most votes. Everyone loves him. And he went to this forum, and thankfully someone captured it with their iPhone, or else we would never know. And he was alerting them, kind of like a behind-the-scenes deal, saying, listen, this is about water ecology, this conference, this symposium, but the real thing is Fukushima. And he was saying if just one more earthquake, 7.0 or higher, happens, and he said there's a 95% chance that it will happen over the next 3 years, then Fukushima would just absolutely melt down, and the U.S. would have to be evacuated, and then that Japan would go, quote-unquote, bye-bye. So he's basically saying everyone in Japan would die.
And he's a physicist and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, and it's not like we're saying this or we're making this up. This is a direct quote. He's saying there's a 95% chance this will happen in the next 3 years if we don't do something about it.
And I agree with that because that's our own analysis from Dr. Busby and other top folks we've had on. There should be 50,000 people there in radiation suits, rotating in and out in lead suits in a world emergency to clean that out right now. Instead, I've read that they can't get workers to go in. The starfish are melting and dying. The butterflies are dying and are mutated. The kids are dropping dead. People are staying there to take care of their horses and livestock. They're dying. And the answer is just let it happen.
No, there's still plenty of people living in the Fukushima region.
Well, and Coulter says they should be thankful.
No, they should be. No, that whole idea is that if you have a little bit of radiation, you get immunized like a vaccine. But no, the concept here is that TEPCO is now going in.
Are you racist against radiation?
I'm absolutely racist against radiation. I don't want to take Ann Coulter radiation pills, but maybe we should start promoting that. So I think the key thing here is they call it the TEPCO Mafia now because they're just so bad at what they do. They're either incompetent or nefarious. No one really knows. I mean, they're taping things up with duct tape at this nuclear plant. It's on life support right now, and they're taping it up with duct tape. But what's going on is the United States is moving in with some scientists, some little guys, to go maybe help with the Fukushima disaster that could potentially blow up and, he says cause the U.S. to evacuate. But they're going in and they're going to test the reactor 4, extracting some fuel rods, because they said that one was actually not melted down. The other ones have volatile, toxic elements inside of them all. But the thing here, and there's 1,400 of them, if just 2 touch at all, they will blow up. And it could mean the entire explosion of the entire facility. Could just mean a massive amount of radiation leakage into the Pacific.
Yeah, for folks that don't know, bombs are bad, but they dissipate and are cleaner when they detonate. There's less. You're talking about a small ball of it, that blows up a whole city.
Yes,
it's purified. This is just mass ton upon ton, 6 reactors smoldering, half blown up, just hellish, and it's all sliding into the sea because they got to keep pumping water in on them to keep them from exploding. It's just a hellish situation.
Well, they admitted. Well, actually, TEPCO didn't admit. First, they lied and they said that it was just a bit of radiation. Then an independent study in Japan found it was 2.5 times the amount of radiation initially released, and that 70% of all the cesium and radioactive waste went into the Pacific Ocean on purpose. They said, just...
By the way, I'm going to be honest. This is what I've said when I've talked about the nascent iodine that we've produced and we sell, because all the scientists and doctors say this is the best thing for protecting your thyroid. But that's not a silver bullet. The only thing I can do if this really blows up is I've got to go to the Southern Hemisphere. I guess I'll tell the crew, come with me if you want to go, and we're going to have to try to, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
And notice, it was the Canadian version of Huffington Post where I found this guy's video, and has 100-something thousand views now. We're publicizing it majorly, but this wasn't even in the mainstream press. It's like Fukushima's going to blow up. The U.S. is going to be evacuated. Japan, everyone in Japan.
By the way, he's reading scientific papers that we've listed in the article. This is what the scientists, from bad to worse, they look at the different scenarios. There's not a good scenario unless you have 100,000 people. They work by the thousands, 1 week on. You give them some huge amount of pay to do it. In lead suits, you go in an emergency situation, you extract everything out of there, but nobody wants it. So everybody passes the buck as the time bomb just ticks down. Well, this is the perfect psychology of these delusional people.
That's it.
And these people are insane.
And there's numerous ways they could do it with cement and everything. They could have this, a massive expansion that could protect everything to some degree, but they're just not doing it. They're like, oh, we'll just go in and remove those rods.
That's right. It's been recommended that, say, 20 miles away with trucks, you bring it to a giant quarry, and you have big sections where you get them, pour concrete over them, seal them, and then move on. But they won't do that either.
And then you ask, what are you even going to do with those rods when you extract them? Shoot them in the space is most likely the answer. And then meanwhile, Obama's recommending we build all of these nuclear power plants in the United States along the coastline. I mean, this is just complete insanity, just complete and utter chaos, which I guess they want.
Why? I mean, that's the joke from Dr. Busby, is that it's like an alien race is secretly running things, and they want higher radiation to live in, and they're terraforming us with radiation. I mean, that's the only plausible, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's that crazy.
It's
fertility's going down, everything. Yeah, but I mean, it's madness. Where do these elites think they're going to live? Fukushima's not a problem.
Oh, no.
It's brown bags. Brown bags.
Yeah, I mean, radiation that could cause the U.S. evacuation is not a big deal to the mainstream media. It's nothing. I mean, that's not even worth mentioning besides a little blog post on the Canadian version of Huffington Post. I mean, it's not even in the news. RT's reporting on it, but they report on all the Fukushima stuff.
By the way, speaking of Fukushima, let's play the clip of award-winning scientist David Suzuki has gone on record in public. Top scientists, another Fukushima quake would mean U.S. evacuation on the West Coast. Bye-bye, Japan.
That if, in fact, the fourth plant goes under an earthquake and those rods are exposed, it's bye-bye, Japan. And everybody on the west coast of North America should evacuate. That isn't terrifying. I don't know what is.
And by the way, we've had Dr. Busby on. We've had other physicists on. This is a real possibility.
No, there's no question. I mean, if there was another earthquake at the direct site of Fukushima, I mean, this is a top scientist who's researching this, and this was a water ecology symposium.
In fact, what's the hydrology term they use where it's all spongy and it's all sinkholing?
No, exactly. It's a form of erosion that happens. And basically,
liquefaction.
They've already destroyed the Pacific anyway. And there's so much toxic debris and contaminants in the Pacific Ocean that is just swallowing the whole of Fukushima. And God forbid there is another earthquake. He says there's a 95% chance in the next 3 years there'll be one. But one thing we didn't even mention, by the way, I'm not even as concerned about the earthquake. I'm concerned about TEPCO going in with those 1,400 spent fuel rods and two of them coming together. I think there's a much bigger probability of that happening, and that's happening now this month. In 2 weeks, they're starting the test protocols for that. And we have someone quoted here speaking on that. Dr. Helen Caldecott says that two rods could touch each other in this process, which has been done before, and there could be a fission reaction and a very large release of radiation just from two rods. I have less faith in TEPCO than I do.
I agree. Well, your article's up on Infowars.com. We'll continue to follow it. We're going to come back with military and police on the purge that's going on now. Confirmed. We'll give you the latest on that. 800-259-9231. 800-259-9231. And we'll get you up and on the air. Thank you, Anthony Gucciardi.
Thank you.
Now you can watch.
I'm live on Saturday afternoon because I live on this planet with the rest of you. And my fate is your fate. Our destinies are tied together. I've been studying politics for 30 years. I've been on air for 22. I've been syndicated for 20. And I spend my life studying real documents, real legislation, real political movements. And I see how uninformed the public is when it comes to serious issues. It hurts my heart. Now, the globalists and a lot of parasitic elites, they're opportunistic. They look at a dumbed-down population, busy watching TV and football and enjoying all the great bounties of our society, and they see you asleep at the switch, and they think, hey, those are people we can exploit. Everything I've ever done is to fight illegal wars and tyranny. That's why I stood up against the Clintons and Bush and Obama. But when you talk about President Trump, and you look at what he's done in 3 weeks in office, pulling us out of the unconstitutional global government TPP that both the left and right were against, moving to reestablish Glass-Steagall, moving to cut taxes on poor people, signing executive orders to start blocking the forced mandate of Obamacare and $5,000 a year fines on citizens the media told us didn't exist. defending our borders. That's what a sovereign country has. Going after ISIS and Al-Qaeda that Obama and Hillary helped empower in the Middle East and Africa. Everything he's doing is so wholesome and so good. But I have an emergency warning to the president and the American people and to folks that are still buying into all the hype. I'm not mad at people that buy lottery tickets, that go out and hear there's a Powerball for 100 million, so they go buy a bunch of them. But listen, if you don't have money to buy your kids food, don't spend that money on Powerball. Or if you're in debt, quit thinking you're going to get some big magic answer. And the reason I raise that is simple. The type of people that don't support Trump are a bunch of lottery ticket mentality folks who buy into the hype, buy into the mainstream. With Trump, you've got somebody really trying to cut taxes, really trying to jumpstart the economy, really trying to reassert sovereignty in this country, whether you love him or hate him. Globalism's taken over the whole world. Look at Brexit, how England has been under for 20 plus years EU control, and they never voted to enter it. This is fundamental. If I disagree with Trump on 90% of what he did, but he was still trying to get our sovereignty back, I'd support him. I agree with like 95% of what he does. It's incredible how informed and how on target he is. But here's the emergency alert. I covered it Monday, especially on the syndicated daytime show. It was in Bloomberg, Reuters, AP, CNBC, IMF, World Bank, foreign governments, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan announcing that the economy's going to die. We're going to have a depression. Dump your stocks. Don't believe in Trump, as the stock market kept going up. I've never seen in the financial publications the system trying to crash an economy publicly. I'm not defending communist China, but they execute you if you write stuff like that, trying to plunge the economy. I always get accused of being a fear monger when I say the stock market could implode, we could have problems. The point is we're all in a big bubble, but Trump's trying to have a bubble that doesn't help big mega banks, but actually helps the average person. He's trying to keep interest rates very low for the people. He's announced that they're going to try to ban these payday loans and stuff, and high interest loans, and saying, look, you got unlimited free money out of the Federal Reserve, give it to the people. Good God, this isn't some lottery ticket you go buy. He's giving it to you. Because, hey, they've had all this fiat money for decades that the big mega rich have kept. They're buying like 500-foot yachts. It's crazy. And then they're openly saying you can't have a car or air conditioning. It's all a bunch of crap. They want you to control you. But here's the big emergency news, because we are in an emergency situation. The globalists have been ruling us by emergency edicts in Congress. You can look it up. And Trump is trying to bring back in our sovereignty. And he's put in Sessions, who's a great man, Bannon, who's a great man, some of the generals like Flynn, and the head of the Defense Department are good pro-America people. Mad Dog Mattis, you name it. He's got 100 nicknames. They picked one to make him sound crazy. The guy's actually a scholar. Somebody that reads books on history every day and science, and you got to read his stuff. He knows what he's doing. And that's great. But here's the problem. I sat there this week, and I know how the federal departments work. I know about the three branches of government. I mean, I understand the intricacies of this. The State Department is bigger than the CIA. It runs the CIA. The State Department is the shadow government, okay? And he put Rex Tillerson in there, who overall was anti-globalist years ago, but kind of sold out to him partially to keep his job at ExxonMobil. But Trump trusted him to get rid of the carbon taxes, and Trump's moving to do that. But here's what's happening. Trump's doing everything he said he'd do, running over the top of people like Paul Ryan and others who fight him every step of the way and undermine him with leaks. So I'm going to tell you where the leaks are coming from. They're coming from Priebus. I know that from insiders. And they're coming from Paul Ryan, who gets access to everything Trump's doing because he's like almost the co-president. He has more power, obviously, than Pence does. Speaker of the House is powerful. Probably the third most powerful person in the U.S. government, maybe the second. And so Trump is completely surrounded. George Soros, go look it up, financed Paul Ryan, all the top Republicans. Lindsey Graham, John McCain, Mitch McConnell. It's horrible. And Trump is just surrounded by all these enemies. But here's the big news. Give you a little bit of history. The big news is that the State Department had 1,000 people resign 2 weeks ago. Great, get the hell out. But hundreds of others have signed letters attacking Trump, only implementing a law that's been on the books since the 1970s And before that, it's even in the Constitution. The president can block whoever he wants that isn't a citizen. You get rights here because you pay taxes and you're born here or you came here legally. That's what it is. Globalism attacks that fundamental. But the State Department is in open rebellion against Trump and is saying, yes, we think Trump's with the Russians and we think Le Pen's with the Russians and any other nationalist movement in Europe's with the Russians, and we're going to fight to keep Le Pen from getting elected. Our government getting involved to stop a nationalist patriot that wants to stop the Islamic invasion. And I'm reading their arrogant statements in the face of the president. So the American people have had their rebellion against the globalists and our hijacked federal government. But the federal government's sitting there going, we don't care what you do. We've got the big banks. We've got Bloomberg. We've got Goldman Sachs openly trying to kill the economy, openly trying to stop tax cuts for poor people. And the State Department is bad-mouthing the president, saying we'll do whatever we want when it is in the executive branch and he could fire every one of them tomorrow if he wanted to. But Trump understands they want him to fire all of them so they can say, look, he shut the government down. So he's caught trying with a federal government with millions of employees. Some are patriots, some are bad, some are just wanting the paycheck, trying to cut taxes, trying to stabilize things, and he's totally surrounded. And I know for a fact that he's aware that it's Reince Priebus that's leaking most of the stuff in meetings where there's 3-4 people in the room and it's all being leaked. And it's one thing, Priebus believes, just like Glenn Beck bet on the establishment, he believes that Trump's going to go or something's going to happen. And he's currying favor with the big banks, with the power structure, with those that finance the Republican Party who've been against Trump. And I want to say something to all the so-called leftists and people out there that are beating people up at rallies and trying to shut down free speech. God, you're shameful. God, you're shameful. I marched with you against the war just like Trump did. He was against the war in 2003. And I've seen what you've turned into. You are monsters, just like the Republican establishment. And you are so embarrassing and uninformed and stupid and fascist. You call yourself anti-fascist. You even dress like fascist. You act like fascist. You are shameful. Everything Trump's doing is trying to empower the people. And he's got the entire Republican establishment against him. He's got Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, the mega banks, the Vatican, the communist Chinese, the Islamists, all against him. And you sit there and you claim you're anti-establishment when the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the kitchen sink is against Trump because he's so damn real and really wants to be loved and wants prosperity and wants to preside over the rebirth of nationalism. I'm not against global systems, people working together. That's the next phase. But globalism in this current incarnation is an oppressive, anti-human system. Russia started pulling out of globalism 18 years ago, the first country to do it in modern time. So when they say it's a Russian plot, no, the Russians were the example first. But it's Italy just said no to EU expansion. They wanted to march an EU army in and say their government had no authority. The EU said to Italy a month ago, we want you to pass a law that you no longer have a military and we're over your country and can appoint your president. We want you to sign sovereignty over. And the Italian government people said, what? Hell no, even though their president was pushing it. This isn't like, hooray, Italy or America or England. We're ending our countries as we know it. Forget left and right. They appointed a president in Italy and in Greece who was a deputy head of Goldman Sachs. And then I love the left. Oh, yeah, he appointed 3 Goldman Sachs. Yeah, tens of thousands of employees, mergers and acquisition, key people like Bannon that were in it and went public against it 20 years ago. And Mnuchin's been anti-New World Order and one-sided deals against America. You just don't know. Goldman Sachs wants world government. Goldman Sachs wants to take your guns. Goldman Sachs wants open borders. Goldman Sachs is the sworn enemy of Donald Trump and gave 100% of their presidential money to Hillary Rodham Clinton. This isn't a debate. This is me like an adult talking to lobotomized children. I don't mean that of our wonderful audience for every race, color, and creed of the human race. I mean people that think this is funny. And we may have 96% pro votes on YouTube and Facebook, but I still care about that 4% because I don't want to be your enemy. Never in history have we had the corrupt power structure war against somebody. And see, Trump knows they're trying to break our will and our confidence. He knows he's surrounded. He knows he spent hundreds of millions of dollars to get into office. He knows that he's totally committed. He knows he's got to look strong and work with world leaders and got to get the economy defibrillated and jump-started resisting cardiac arrest. And he's looking confident and trying to move forward. He needed Priebus and others because they threatened to shut the whole government down if he didn't kind of let them in. And we'll work with you, sir. He knew. He knew when he met with Romney, all that crap. He was feeling them out, getting intel. So he knows what he's doing, but just understand what he's doing. He is sitting there like the ultimate fighter pilot with 50 missiles being launched at him, and every missile's missing him. And he's just delivering, dropping bombs on the globalists, unlocking our chains. It's so biblical, I can't believe it. I'd love to attack the president. I'd love to be the outsider. People say, oh, you know, you were always anti-establishment. Now you're for it. Because we never have had a real president in modern times that really gets the score and is trying to restore the republic to where you have the power, not the globalist. There's never been a more epic time. This is so incredible. When he told you we're going to unlock the secrets of disease and cure it, folks, they've got treatments that are 99% for cancer. Hell, they're invoking the cancer. It's been declassified. They're putting in the vaccines. Trump wants to restrict the vaccines. He knows they're deadly. That's another thing he's moving to do. He is not out to get you. He's not perfect, but he's pro-human. He's not satanic. When I say satanic, I mean that metaphysically. And the globalists are all about, we're rich, we're powerful, we'll screw everybody over, including our own people, and the general public are a bunch of scum. They deserve to die. Quit eating my resources, roaches. Then they dumb you down so you act like roaches, and you run around scurrying, believing a bigger government is going to give you more goodies as Trump tries to turn on the engine of optimism and everything else. Here's the bottom line. Trump's under attack. They know InfoWars reaches conservatively. It was 30 million a week, then it was 40 million a week, then 80 million a week, 85 million a week, our biggest weeks. We hit that wave of the election of 85 million that just on our platforms. Terrestrial radio, YouTube, Facebook, I mean, actual videos and audio, people tuning in, and not just, reach, but actual listening. We have several billion a quarter now in, quote, Facebook reach alone. That just means people look at a page that has our links on it. That I don't count that. Like hits or whatever from the 90s. I tell you this to understand, the enemy has all these graphs. They've got heads up displays better than ours. I'm inside the Google system. We've got passcodes. I got high level stuff, all of it. Once you're in business with them, I admit I'm in business with them. That's how they already run the whole damn web. They're only hedging their bets, not killing me, seeing what comes in the future. Because they're all scared. The elites are all running to Kauai and Tasmania and New Zealand. They won't let their kids have iPads, nothing. They understand it's a dehumanization. They're all guilty about what they're involved in. And Trump's trying to change all that. And they know that we're reaching now after the Joe Rogan podcast, which is 90 million a month on iTunes alone. You count Google and YouTube and everything else, it's like 160, 170 million a month. Joe says it's the biggest thing he's ever done. And that stuff growing for 7-8 years. In days, it was already the biggest thing ever. And they're censoring it, blocking it, trying to restrict it, trying to not link it everywhere. And Joe says, I've never seen this happen before. This is incredible. But the point is if you count just our platforms, we're up to 60 million a week now. If you count going on Joe, it's like 115 million we've had in the last 7 days. 115 million the last 7 days. What are they going to do, folks? I'm here on the weekends. They got the AC off. I'm sweating in the control room. I'm just here talking to you because I can't even, on my own birthday, be home with my kids because the fight's too epic. I got to go home in a minute. But what am I supposed to do? I care about you. I treat you like I want to be treated. This is real. There are real people. We can come together and defeat this, but you've got to stop being blind. They had, when I say hundreds, it was hundreds a day. 3 New York Times, 2 Washington Post, everything. Just Google Alex Jones, click news. Saying Alex Jones is Donald Trump's brain. Donald Trump gets the BS that the media is covering up Islamic terror from Alex Jones. They're doing 2 things. Trying to neutralize InfoWars and say, don't listen to us because they know we're the main threat. They don't have hundreds of articles a day if you're not a threat, okay? Point is, the public don't realize how big we are. I need you to know, not for my name, but you understand the damn war going on. Trump's under total attack up here, completely surrounded, dominating, but still completely under attack. We're here, dominating, but under complete attack. It's Providence. And the public still doesn't get how epic this is. You have no idea how big it is. Hundreds of millions of people a week now, folks. So there's a huge awakening, but you need to know how powerful you are. And you need to lovingly reach out to these brainwashed people who've never been given real love or info and really try to talk to them. And I know it's hard to be nice to them because they've been trained to be so hateful, so they stay in their cult. You try to go up and talk to them on the street, the controllers always want to say, don't talk to him, don't talk to them. But one reason I say that is they have hundreds of articles every day saying, I'm Trump's brain, because they know Trump has a weak spot, everybody does, of saying, this isn't your idea you got from Alex Jones. This is Americana I promote. Trump and I see the same world, the same system. Trump barely gets anything from me. And I'm not just saying that for his ego. It's the truth. The media is making it like that so he breaks with an agenda so that his Americana agenda is poisoned, and so we don't get this system moving forward and restore the republic and abolish the globalists. The good news is no matter what they do to Trump or no matter what they do to me, the human desire for liberty and the fact that a program is being set up to phase out humans, bring in robots, make us obsolete, and do all this is actually reactivating the human life force potential and the human drive to survive and excel. And it's happening now, and it is a magic time. And I'm so honored to be here with all.
My name is Juan Miguel Gonzalez. Everybody calls me Mike. I live in Queen Creek. Daddy. Hi. I am a U.S. citizen, and my wife was arrested and deported on the 21st, a couple of days ago. But with the groceries, I don't have any immediate family here, so I'm going through this myself. It is a sad thing for me. The 19th, we were pulled over by a sheriff. Supposedly, my wife didn't make a full stop or something of that nature. They asked her for a license. She could not provide one. At that point, they told us to wait. And about 40 minutes later or so, a van pulled up. I wasn't even allowed to be near her or say a word. Both the sheriff and the ICE officer told me that they were indeed going to take her. So they did. She was deported on the 21st. And there's no point for me to be here now. She's going to have both of my kids, and I'm going to be here by myself. What makes me feel extremely angry is the fact that he probably went home thinking he did a good job, and here I am with no family in a broken house. They come on TV and they talk about all these things that happen because of illegal immigration. My wife's not a criminal. She's never done anything. She's a housewife. When we got married, 9/11 had happened. A lot of immigration laws had changed. We did seek counsel at the time. They told us that it was very hard at the moment, you know, that a lot of things were stirring up in Congress, that we should just wait until like a good law passes or some sort of reform. So we were waiting on that, and then the unfortunate happens, you know. Now I end up with my wife. Half of this is out of my little girl's room, which used to be over here. But I have taken everything out. Her bed, her clothing, as you can tell, it is now empty. I have loaded all of her clothes up that she's going to be needing. I'm going to be here by myself. So I'm going to have to leave eventually myself. You know, I'm going to have to pack up my clothing and leave. It wasn't my decision to leave? No. So they're basically forcing me to do it. So therefore, I feel like I am being deported for being married to a Mexican woman. I mean, I feel that they've completely and totally taken advantage of me and my wife's situation and have put me through half hell with me and my 2 kids. Like, I'm a U.S. citizen. If I would have been not a U.S. citizen, what would happen with my kids? Where would they be at right now? Who'd be taking care of them? Who would have been able to claim them? I mean, everything in this house would have been lost because I would have never been able to come back.
Or no matter what they do to me, the human desire for liberty and the fact that a program is being set up to phase out humans, bring in robots, make us obsolete, and do all this.
All right, thank you. Well, an alleged terrorist training camp right here in America, and the government is letting it happen. The FBI has reportedly known about an Islamist enclave in Texas and more around the country as well, but the State Department refusing to classify them as a serious threat. So what's behind all of this, and why is the government not shutting them down? Let's ask Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, president of the American Islamic Forum for Democracy and author of A Battle for the Soul of Islam. Good morning to you, Zuhdi. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Anna. It's good to be with you.
You know, the knowledge of this is not new. The FBI, there's a report out from them saying that the members of MOA involved in at least 10 murders, 1 disappearance, 3 fire bombings, 1 attempted firebombing, explosive bombings. I mean, this report is wild. So why does the State Department seem to be so hands-off?
Well, Anna, it's pretty sad that we have to learn through declassified old documents that just got released from the FBI that an organization is being closely monitored because of all of these activities. And the Muslims of America are connected directly. We're founded by Mubarak Jalani, who is a radical imam who he's in Pakistan and has said that basically he wants to purify Islam through violence. And these enclaves had videos that show paramilitary activity, their connection to murders, connection to the 93 bombing of the World Trade Center, connections to even murders of moderate imam in Arizona in the early 90s, and so many other activities, and even a terror incident, a conspiracy in Toronto, and yet they were never designated. God knows why. I think right now our program is a whack-a-mole program where we basically identify that imam disappeared, so we think the problem went away. Awaki was the problem, so we got him. There's just no strategy, and this really shows that we're frozen in time now, 13 years after 9/11.
And just to say that there are fringe groups and something that's small, I mean, the ideology seems similar to Major Nadal Hassan, to the Boston Bombers. I mean, we still need to be worried about these guys.
Absolutely. These guys don't come out of thin air. And what are they doing in these enclaves? They haven't disappeared. Jelani's ideology infuses them and inspires them. They hate the West. They're separatist movements. They attract ex-convicts who are radicalized in prison, and they're continuing to grow. And the communities, especially Muslim communities, need to know about them so that we can, prevent them from entering our communities and also expose them. So America, to be safer, needs to know that these are connected to Jamaat al-Fuqra, and not to designate them tells us that it's beyond Jamaat al-Fuqra, that we really have no strategy when it comes to Pakistan, Afghanistan, and all the foreign influences upon small communities and threats that could be the next Boston bomber, the next Nidal Hassan.
Right, and the Muslims of America or MOA. What's so mind-boggling about all this is they are allowed to organize until that qualification, that specification is the label is put on them. So how vulnerable are we because of that?
We don't know. It's like Nidal Hassan was talking to Al-Qaeda for months, and then we said after Fort Hood, oh my gosh, why wasn't he stopped? And they were worried about political correctness. Well, I think most Muslims I know would want them monitored closely, exposed, and God knows who they're speaking to in Pakistan or elsewhere. They've sent hundreds of thousands of dollars to that area to support organizations that are affiliated with Jamaat al-Fuqra and Al-Qaeda and others. So we're monitoring them. That's what the documents show. But they're not designated as a foreign terrorist organization, so therefore they're allowed to continue to operate, which I think is very dangerous.
And to see this, that it's been out since, they've known about this since 2007, unreal.
You bite you. You bite you. Come up here. Come up here. You bite you.
Guinea, West Africa, very close to the border with Mali, they found on a huge granite mountain the half portrait of a lady done in granite stone, and the size of this statue from top of the head until the middle of the torso is exactly 150 meters. So this is a real big question. Who might have been able to do such a huge granite half-portrait in a mountain at least 10 to 12,000 years ago? Because the Italian...
Donald Trump in shock. Whatever Snowden just told him will bring down everything. That's according to Persuaded Liberty Writers News. He reports that Snowden tweeted out yesterday that he was finally not a Russian spy. Now, before I go any further, I don't know why Snowden would even have to tweet something out like that. Personally, I've never thought he was a Russian spy. He's been, of course, accused of such because he chose Russia as his nation of exile. Now, they write here, Juan Zarate is the former Deputy National Security Advisor. He says that Trump should be cautious on accepting Snowden. Now, if you don't know what we're talking about here, the word is that Putin is ready to hand over Snowden as some sort of special gift. Okay, that's a story we did just yesterday. And now it looks like it's starting to gain traction. They write here, the U.S. Justice Department said that it would welcome the arrival of Snowden, even though it is likely he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, side note on my part, I don't think that Snowden should be going to prison, maybe go to trial, but he deserves a pardon for what he exposed and the violations of the Constitution against the American people. So in my mind, I differ 100% with Trump on this position. They're right here. Trump has previously called Snowden a spy and a traitor who deserves to be executed. That's according to the Huffington Post. They also state that Vladimir Putin is handing over Snowden as a chance to curry favor with Trump. That was according to NBC News. Now, will he get him? We'll have to wait and see. Obama obviously could never get Snowden. And now with the relationship, the positive relationship between Putin and Trump, at least that's what we're seeing on the surface, and everyone says they're all buddy-buddy. It looks like Putin may be handing it over. I don't know. I just don't know why Putin would use that as
Brother Jim reporting here from Red State Watcher. But first, I wanted to share with you an email from my friend Glenn Brown. He's currently losing his home. So he started a GoFundMe page here for saving his home, as you see here. And we'd really appreciate it if you could pass on something for him out of the goodness of your heart to share and give something to him and his family. Is losing his home. He writes to me and says, I am currently in a bad situation right now, and I'm reaching out for prayer for my family and myself. I started a GoFundMe page with hope that maybe the Lord could bless it and send some help for my family so we can have our home saved. I'm trying very hard to get working again so that I can provide for my children and myself. I was hoping to ask of you if you could be so kind as to maybe post this link on your Facebook page and share with hope that the Lord will bless it and provide for my family's needs and save our home. Thank you so much for being a great friend, and your videos in the Lord's word keeps me going every day. God bless you and keep you always, Brother Jim. So, Father God, we just pray that you touch Glenn Brown's family and his financial situation, Lord Jesus. We ask that you provide a supernatural miracle, that you would somehow make a way for them to save their home. Find a job for him, Lord Jesus. Today, Lord, we need it. We're asking this with all faith. Lord, you said, if we have faith like a mustard seed, that you would answer our prayers, and that you also said that if we come to you with faith, believing, that we could move mountains. Lord, we're just asking for a small favor, that you could provide him with the money to stay in the home and save that house. However it may it be your will, Lord Jesus. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. So I'll leave the link for his site right here, as you see. And with that being said, we will start with the next report of the news. Thank you. It's starting. Look what is spreading among illegal immigrants. Panic is spreading among illegal immigrants after hundreds have been arrested. From ZeroHedge.com. As reported earlier, one of the immediate consequences of the Trump immigration executive order, and one which has so far gone largely unchallenged, has been a crackdown against illegal immigrants residing in the U.S. This promptly led Mexico's foreign ministry to say on Thursday it has intensified efforts to protect Mexican migrants, foreseeing the hardening of measures by immigration authorities in the U.S. as well as possible constitutional violations during raids or in due process. We also noted that according to the WSJ, influential Mexicans are pushing an aggressive and perhaps risky strategy to fight a likely increase in deportations of their undocumented compatriots in the U.S. Jam U.S. immigration courts in hopes of causing the already overburdened system to break down. The proposal calls for ad campaigns advising migrants in the U.S. to take their cases to court and fight deportation if detained. The backlog in the immigration system is tremendous, said former. Good evening. Brother Jim reporting here from Red State Watcher. Breaking news, President Trump tweets about Ivanka. He says, "I'm so proud of my daughter Ivanka. To be abused and treated so badly by the media and to still hold her head so high is truly wonderful." Shocking, look how many Mexicans are planning to fight Trump. Mexicans are planning on fighting Trump's immigration order by clogging the U.S. courtrooms. From the Wall Street Journal, influential Mexicans are pushing an aggressive and perhaps risky strategy to fight a likely increase in deportations of their undocumented compatriots in the U.S. Jam U.S. immigration courts in hopes of causing the already overburdened system to break down. The proposal calls for ad campaigns advising migrants in the U.S. to take their cases to court and fight deportation if detained. The backlog in the immigration system is tremendous, said former Foreign Minister Jorge Castaneda. The idea is to double or triple the backlog until U.S. President Donald Trump desists in this stupid idea, he added. Mr. Castaneda is a part of the group of Mexican officials, legislators, governors, and public figures planning to meet with migrant groups Saturday in Phoenix to lay out plans to confront the Trump administration's deportation policy. Mexico's government hasn't endorsed the strategy or the group's Phoenix mission, but it recently allocated some $50 million to assist undocumented migrants facing deportation, and President Enrique Peña Nieto has instructed the country's 50 consulates in the U.S. to defend migrants. Boy, Trump's got people working at him everywhere. Jesuits got everyone lined up against him. Terrorists convicted of terrorism in the U.S. came from these places, and it's bad. So,
did you lock that door?
Brother Jim reporting here from Red State Watcher, conservative Christian news website. The war grows between Trump and retail chain stores. Look who's dropping items now. Please share and comment if you think there are political motives behind retailers dropping Trump brands. Sears and Kmart are joining the list of retailers to drop Trump brands. The retailer is dropping over 30 Trump home items from their website. Reuters.com reports major U.S. retailers Sears and Kmart have joined the act this week, removing 31 Trump home items from their online product offerings to focus on more profitable items, a spokesman said on Saturday. As part of the company's initiative to optimize its online product assortment, we constantly refine that assortment to focus on our most profitable items, spokesman Brian Hanover said in a statement. Well, it seems that George Soros, working through all these big companies, is paying them to boycott Trump and to, bring down his empire. Amid that streamlining effort, 31 Trump home items were among the items removed along this online this week. He said, adding those items can be found through a third-party vendor without providing additional information about the products. And look what happened to the British Parliament Speaker after blocking President Trump. Well, the British Speaker of the House of Commons is now fighting to keep his job after blocking President Trump from addressing Parliament. Ooh, Bible prophecy is being fulfilled again. Anyone who goes against Trump takes a hit. DailyCaller.com reports James Dudridge has tabled the motion to put pressure on Burko, who accused Trump of racism and sexism Monday. The speaker role is non-political, and Dudridge said Burko clearly overstepped the mark with his comments. Related, Trump not welcome in the UK Parliament, speaker says. Quote, I've done this because Speaker Burko for a long time has been overstepping the mark, and with his comments on the state visit of Trump, he has clearly expressed views. Dudridge told BBC that is not the role of the speaker, and it is impossible for him to chair debates as speaker, adjudicating on things he has expressed a view on. Up to 150 conservative MPs are ready to back the motion, according to the Telegraph. It seems over and over that courts, judges, Ninth Circuit appeals are all breaking the law just to make things happen. All these global elites working throughout the world and in our country, breaking laws, trying to twist the law, lying just to go against Donald Trump. It's amazing, huh? It shows you how many devils are working in this world going against this spiritual thing, God's servant. Breaking news, 16-year-old girl arrested for terrorism, imminent threat. A 16-year-old girl and 3 others were arrested by French police for planning a terrorist attack. FoxNews.com reports French anti-terrorism forces arrested 4 people on Friday, including a 16-year-old girl, and uncovered a makeshift laboratory with explosive TATP and other base ingredients for fabricating a bomb. The Paris prosecutor's office said. A prosecutor's office said around 70 grams of TATP were seized in the home of a 20-year-old man, along with a liter each of acetone, oxygenated water, and sulfuric acid. TATP, which can be made from readily available materials, was used in the November 2015 attack in Paris and March 2016 attack in Brussels, carried out by Islamic State extremists. 2 other men were arrested, a 33-year-old and a 26-year-old, along with a 16-year-old girl.
In Anthony's bedroom. Hand me one of them shoes over there, right here.
Investigations in France.
My custom shoes I made.
Official speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss the unfolding investigation said one of the suspects was believed to be planning a suicide attack, but that the investigation had not yet uncovered a specific target. He said one in the group had tried to reach Syria in 2015 and was known to intelligence services. The group, notably the girl, attracted new attention with their social media postings. That's how they got caught, through social media. Breaking news, Trump just made oil great again. Look what he did. The Bureau of Land Management, BLM, made its largest lease sale in 4 years, marking the start of President Donald Trump's plans to expand drilling on federal lands. BLM sold drilling rights on 278 parcels of public land for $129 million. Bids range from $2 per acre to $16,000 per acre. The land sold was mostly located in Wyoming, about half of which is directly controlled by the federal government. In the first lease sale under the Trump administration, the BLM had its biggest sale in the past 4 years. Utah Republican Rob Bishop, chairman of the House Committee on Natural Resources, told the Daily Caller News Foundation. Today's successful sale, in part, is a recognition that the BLM, under new leadership, will prioritize fulfilling its statutory mandate of multiple-use land management and the holding of quarterly lease sales, and the industry is responding accordingly. Thursday's lease sale is one of the 4 BLM has planned for this year. Win-win situation again with Donald Trump. Look which music star is getting blackballed for performing at Trump inauguration. This is childish. Some leftists in Illinois are calling for country music star Toby Keith to be removed because her performed, I think it's supposed to be he performed at President Trump's inauguration. Insider.foxnews.com reports some residents of Naperville, Illinois have called for the removal of country music star Toby Keith from the Ribfest Music Festival's lineup after he performed at President Donald Trump's inauguration. Let's see, who is dividing America? Is it Donald Trump? Or is it the leftist crazed nutballs of George Soros? The libertards. It's the libertards, without a doubt. Is Donald Trump the one that's dividing from them? No, not at all. They're just trying to make it look like Donald Trump is doing it. These residents took to social media to call Keith too political. Keith's too political?
Anthony!
No, you folks are. You're making
Your
it
puppy
political.
scratching.
Illinois voted Democrat in the 2016 presidential election. He stands with white supremacists. Can you show any proof of that? Reprobate? No, I didn't think so. Mexican president holds photo op with deported illegals after Trump's order and has backfired. The president of Mexico, in an attempt to make himself look good, took a photo op with a number of deported immigrants. He was extremely embarrassed, however, when the immigrants said they couldn't wait to return to the U.S. Right-wing news reported Mexican President Enrique Peña Nieto attempted to make himself look better than Donald Trump when he headed to the Mexico City airport to greet 135 of his citizens that had been deported from the United States. They didn't want to hear his pandering, however, and admitted that they are going to be returning to the United States at the first opportunity. Maybe they'll come back and get, even though he deported us legally. Anyway, that'll be all for this news segment. Thank you for listening. Brother Jim reporting here from Breitbart. We have Oroville Dam break growing, but no evacuations yet. This is just breaking news as of yesterday, but it's getting worse. Despite the growing break in the Oroville Dam spillway, there are no evacuation plans downstream along the Feather River for Sutter County or Sacramento counties at this time. Breitbart News noted on February 9th that with the water flowing into Oroville Dam at a rate of 83,000
Fixed wing over Lake Oroville. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I had the wrong button up to talk to you a minute ago. Yep, I'm still pretty much just over the dam here. seeing a lot more water as the day continues on here, Mark. There's a lot more water. Remember when we got here, we just kind of saw a few little trickles, maybe a little bit of white water coming down there, but we're seeing much more of a cascade now. Jorge, if you'll pull out, show that catch basin that we were talking about during the break. So just to the south right there. Now that basin is actually starting to fill up, and that's the road to the left that goes over to the public parking. We don't have to follow that. But once that fills up, it'll pour over the road. Now, they've done a great job of clearing all this out here. We're going to go ahead and follow this, keep down there. Now, you see a small shadow at the bottom of your screen. That's a ravine right there, and they've made a channel right through there, goes underneath those power lines there, which they've been really stringing that. And 3TV, Roger, I still got you in sight. We're right at 3,100. There's some other airplanes that are operating here, Mark, so forgive me if I have to talk to them for safety reasons every now and then. But following that ravine down there all the way to the river, that's pretty much where the channel is going to go and empty into the river right there.
My name is Eric C. I am the Public Information Officer for the California Department of Water Resources here at the Oroville Field Division. To my right is Kevin Dossie, a civil engineer with the Department of Water Resources here in Oroville. The incident commander for this incident is Mr. Pat Whitlock. He's also the Field Division Chief here in Oroville for the Oroville Field Division of the Department of Water Resources, and we also have Kevin Lawson with CAL FIRE. Wanted to start out with just a little background on what's been going on for the past few days. On Tuesday of this week, we were in the process of spilling Lake Oroville. It's been a wet year, so part of our normal operations at Oroville Dam is to maintain a certain amount of buffer of certain amount of buffer of empty space at the top of the reservoir to absorb floods. It's part of our normal operations. So we were actually in the process of evacuating some water from the reservoir using our spillway. A couple other times prior to this last week, we've used the spillway this year. It's one of our normal regular operations. One of our maintenance workers was working in an area right around here and discovered a strange anomaly in the way the flow was going over the spillway. He called it in. We immediately turned off the spillway. There's a series of gates at the top end of the spillway that allow us to shut the flow off of the spillway. We did that, went in and did an inspection. We found a large hole had formed in the spillway, indicating some erosion was occurring through the concrete lining of the spillway. Because we have continued rain going on, the lake was continuing to increase, so we decided we needed to continue to evacuate water from the spillway. After having a team of project geologists and engineers and dam safety experts, they decided the best way to keep moving water out of the lake was to reactivate the spillway and put water on it and just see what happens. The portion that's being eroded is in the lower portion of the spillway, so they felt like they were confident that they knew there was going to be some erosion, but it was still a usable structure, and that they could use the spillway.
Oroville Dam's untested emergency spillway activated. Flows to continue 40 to 56 hours. Let's take a look. So there it is. Check it out in the background. We got some other video too.
Ew.
You're looking at the Sacramento Bee newspaper. This was yesterday, leaving Sacramento Airport around 3 p.m. They were saying they were hoping they didn't have to use emergency spillway. It's dirt, okay, and it's next to an eroding spillway that does not look to be faring too well in the first 3 or 4 releases. They've dumped some water, but it's not enough, and it's not going to be enough, and they're going to keep trying to push this envelope instead of having filled in the chuck hole the very first second it formed. Now, you should see from other pictures that we will show you, the erosion is going to cut away, and you'll see exactly how it's going to go. They are going to continue releasing water out this spillway. They're going to shut it off, going to start it up, shut it off, and slowly erode this dam, trying to prevent a major catastrophe. Eventually, that corner you see on the left, it will be gone, and the erosion will then start eating away at the higher point of that corner, back eroding into the foundation of an earthen dam. And if you look at the history of earthen dams, some of your most catastrophic events occur in earthen dam, but you can see what I mean. They got a chuck hole here. They know exactly what's going to happen when they release more water. They could have filled that in. They could have been on the phone the minute they saw it and worked through the night, and they could have filled that chuck.
Pressing issues for you at this hour, and we start in Oroville. The Oroville Dam spillway suffered more severe damage today. What was a gaping hole caused by erosion is now a crater. Water is pouring into Lake Oroville, and it continues to rise at this hour. So the challenge for water officials, how best to dump water from the nearly full reservoir now that the spillway is so badly damaged. The Oroville Dam is along the Feather River in Butte County, and CBS 13's Angela Masalam is there live for us tonight. Angela?
Yes, and the damaged spillway that we're talking about here is right over my left shoulder. Lake Oroville.
Brother Jim reporting here from Red State. Breaking news, all Delaware prisons have just been placed on lockdown, and it's bad. There is a hostage situation going on right now. All prisons in the state of Delaware are on a lockdown, according to reports. There may have been hostages taken. Breaking911.com reported Smyrna, Delaware. All prisons in the state of Delaware went into lockdown Wednesday. According to local media, there Brother Jim reporting here from Red State. Well, Donald Trump, Cyrus, is working at breakneck speed. He's blowing by everybody in the world, including every president in the past, like 800 miles an hour compared to everyone else doing 60 on the freeway. We have more Bible prophecy. Nordstrom already went against their corrupt national news syndicate. A drug lord who threatened President Trump gets a surprise. In July of 2015, Mexican drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman threatened then presidential candidate Donald Trump. After Trump commented on the drug lord's prison escape, Guzman sent a tweet directly to Donald Trump telling him he will eat his words following his escape from prison. In a series of tweets, Guzman reportedly wrote, "There's no jail for such a big midget." Trump had previously said that Guzman embodies everything that is wrong with Mexico and said he would kick his El Chapo was later captured by Mexican authorities and extradited to the U.S. It's just a win-win for Donald Trump. You can't stop him when you're God's servant.
This will require military warfare, but also cyber warfare, financial warfare, and ideological warfare.
You may wonder, what's the big deal about the Russian economic minister being removed from power?
So our Russian comrade just said the Russian economic minister was removed from power, and he was put in place by the U.S. What does it mean? Total economic collapse of the dollar bill. Going down now. I just stated to you yesterday that there were people at the bank buying hordes of silver coins. Hordes of silver coins. And you would think, okay, is that usual that people are buying silver coins like this? No, well, it is usual for some people who collect coins to buy silver coins in order that they can get the coins from, I think, 1964 and below, and which is made out of 90% silver, and they can make money on.
Women's March read General Strike, a day without a woman, with a subhead saying, date to be announced. Well, first 100 days of the Trump presidency. First 3 legal brief filed against the president. Just in, Elon Musk, Tesla, SpaceX joined legal brief filed by businesses opposed to Trump's immigration order. That ain't good. Betrayal by Elon Musk of Tesla. Guess he doesn't really want.
Last Thursday night, the world's most notorious drug lord, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, was extradited to the United States. He was arraigned in New York on Friday and faces 6 separate indictments across the country for his role as the head of the Sinaloa drug cartel. It's the largest cartel in the world, and it's estimated to rake in $3 billion a year. Vice News visited Mexico's Golden Triangle, the cartel's stronghold, just days before El Chapo's extradition. Deep in Mexico's Sierra Madre Mountains, signs of cartel control are everywhere. Here, young men sport caps with the number 701, a reference to El Chapo's ranking on the Forbes list of billionaires. Clandestine airstrips are cut out of the forest, and crosses mark the spot of cartel killings. In this small village, whose name we agreed not to disclose, we are met by men carrying walkie-talkies and guns. The local boss carries an AR-15 and a custom gold-plated handgun. His personal bodyguard is by his side at all times. This is the heart of the Golden Triangle, a region notorious for its marijuana and poppy production.
Esta es la bola, la que da la goma, la que da la heroína. Esta hace se raya con una especie de navaja y por acá sale lo que es la heroína. Tienes que agarrarle y uno solo, mira. Es muy buena goma. Este es el olor que produce una pegada de sol. Esta siembra y avienta goma a los pendejos.
Today, Mexico is growing more poppy than ever. By the U.S. government's estimate, poppy cultivation in Mexico has more than doubled in the last 5 years. And the boss here says over the last decade, the price of a kilo of opium gum has surged too, from about $500 a kilo to 3 or 4 times that amount.
Se ha disparado la demanda de 10 años para acá. Antes se sembraba menos porque pues no se vendía, o se vendía barata. Y hoy pues ya tiene mucha demanda. Por eso la sembramos más bien.
Even with such high prices, the boss says, they have a hard time growing enough to keep up with soaring demand for heroin in the United States. According to the UN's World Drug Report, the number of heroin users in the US reached around 1 million in 2014, almost 3 times as many as a decade before. The cartel's ability to respond to the biggest drug epidemic in US history is revealing. A decade ago, Mexico declared war on the country's drug cartels, deploying the military to dismantle them. Part of that effort are operations like this one, destroying drug crops.
Tipo de destrucción, inicia destruir las plantas.
Realiza la destrucción, ya sea por mano y obra o incluso también hasta por fumigación, empleando aeronaves de la Fuerza Aérea. Se concentra todo lo destruido y se procede a su incineración.
These type of raids are supposed to cut into the cartel's profits, just as the arrest of kingpins like El Chapo are supposed to cripple trafficking networks by removing their top commanders. But even after his imprisonment and now extradition, the organization El Chapo built is very much intact.
Sigue siendo el cártel más fuerte, definitivamente.
Esto viene siendo una porción de 60 pesos.
Gente como nosotros, si no consume esto en las mañanas, no puedes caminar.
¿Cuánto tiene cultivándose esta planta aquí en la Sierra de Monterrey?
Oh, pues desde que yo nací. Los delitos como extorsión, como el secuestro, como el robo, el asalto, la ejecución, el asesinato, todos ellos pueden derivarse de la actividad medular que es la producción de la amapola, de la goma de opio.
Where do you get your needles?
As far as the pharmacies go, they have to sell them. You know, it used to be they wouldn't could hardly get any of their pharmacies without a prescription. Now you can get them though. How much do you pay? $10 to $20, and most of a lot of footballers they call them $20 bag.
So, what do you call this? You call this black or tar?
Tar, black tar, yeah, Chivo, what? Yeah, it's tar powder lately, but it's still black. It's still tar, but it ain't nothing cool about this shit at all, man. I've lost all my most of my childhood and all my adulthood to this shit, man.
You shot a couple times already today?
First thing this morning, and then probably around 9 or 10 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh. It's immediate. You feel it right away.
Yeah, it's a couple seconds when you start to feel it, yeah. Yeah, especially I feel lightness in my chest. That's my favorite feeling, man. It's like you would say, take a load off their back or what feet, whatever, man. I feel a load off my chest.
The United States is in the middle of a drug.
You're most welcome to it. Why? Hello? Yes, I hear you. Hello? I can hear you. Yes, I just text. Okay.
You're actually wondering why you came to me with a 13-year-old girl? I'm sorry? Why you came up to me with a 13-year-old girl? No, not me. My name is... Yeah? Yeah, it's not me, Vlad. No. It's not me, Vlad. What's your... Oh, it is too. You fucking son of a bitch. Look, I have a picture right here. Oh, yeah, it is. It is, hey. Hey. No. So why'd you come to me with a 13-year-old girl?
He's not.
Why'd you come to me with a 13-year-old girl? You came to me with a 13-year-old girl.
No, he's not me.
Door open the door. No.
He's not me.
You said you wanted to eat a pussy.
No.
Why'd you run?
He's not me. He's not me.
This is going up on the internet.
Okay, cool. Okay.